The game is listed wrong. I need to update it. It's Genshin Impact. Okay.
A word of advice.
We are going to go through this story quest mainly because you get the Primo gems and some stuff that I need because I don't think I have that many of these materials. So we're gonna do this treasured above all character story quest line. Isn't that what this is? Treasured above all. Yeah, so we're gonna do this. I said what, 12 the next day? Oh, the following day. So I can do... Could probably do the thing. Hey, Jojo. Looks like you're the first one here. What's going on? I don't know if this is supposed to be weak to, like, ice or something. I forget. Oh, and I just realized something. I finally got level 10 on the place. I got the Wings of Fontaine. Finally. It's like a year late, but okay. You're just watching for your GPU to come in? Which GPU did you get? What's the make and model? Let me see if this works. Ouch. This guy interrupted me. Goose on the loose? Did you just say goose on the loose? What is that supposed to mean? Oh, I'm supposed to be using cryo attacks. Well, I'm doing this completely wrong. Here, you use... Oh, actually, Riesling would be good for this. Okay, he is doing pretty good there. Well, we're playing this because someone told me on the previous live stream, not Tech Thursday, but on the last gaming live stream, that I should go back to Genshin Impact, even though I quit for like the 5th time and then went back. At the suggestion of the chat saying that the story's so good, you need to go back. I had just finished Expedition 33's story. Wait, what? I don't want to fight this guy again. Windforce 5070 tie. Your description still says Genshin? Okay, yeah. So it's supposed to say Genshin. I thought it was saying something else. It should say Genshin. Yeah. Escoffier's story. So we'll be playing Expedition 33 later in the stream. It'll be all post-game stuff. Okay, now I should be able to ascend her.
I can see it. The golden point in time when form and flavor combine for maximum effect.
Wait, even when I'm not playing Genshin, it still says it?
Flavor, the subtle acoustics as you bite into a dish, and how they can enhance that
It
experience.
shouldn't say Genshin. No, if I switch games, I'll change it. Yeah, I have to change it manually. Oh, now I need more of these. So I guess I have the materials necessary to get her all the way to level 80. But that's where I'll have to max out this character. So the Wish banners have a new character and a rerun. Now I basically did a 10 pull on this and I got her like in the 10 pull. So you can see like the last time. So May 7th. Right there. And then if we go further back. So Kaching was the last one back in February. And since her, I never did any wishes. So I came back. So basically, I quit the game in February. And then I came back May 7th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I got her on the 9th pull, starting from 0, essentially. So that is extremely lucky. That is extremely lucky. But I still don't have Navia. I'm debating whether or not I even need to even bother getting Navia at this point. Am I gonna play Metal Gear Solid Delta when it comes out? What is that? Is that the... I guess I'm asking the question. It's probably no, but let me see. Metal Gear Solid... Metal Gear Solid Delta? Oh, Snake Eater. You mean... I'm okay. For some reason, I thought you were talking about something else. Yeah, Snake Eater, yes. Yes, I'll be playing Snake Eater. The current Archon quest is very good. So, I don't know how far... So, I'm basically... here. So, if we go here... I am... Is this right? No. Where's the... So I have done all of the Mondstadt prologues. I've done Liyue 1, Act 1, 2, and 3. Traveler, Inazuma, Interlude, Traveler, Interlude, Sumeru, which had like 5 acts. Traveler, all the Fontaines, all 5 acts. All the Natlan, all 5 acts. And so the end for me, I quit Genshin at the end of the Natlan storyline. All the way here.
Yeah, he's super strong. Tell us more.
So it's like the last line was this.
Let's go, Paimon. A new adventure awaits.
That's basically where it ended. So I've done up to this section. So I don't know anything that happens after this. Any PTSD to report from ending Expedition 33? We'll be streaming it again later. Hey, Mark. So I'm done with all the Natlan. So we're doing this right now because it says 17 days remaining to do these, to get this stuff, basically. And if I'm not mistaken, there's another thing here. Like, there's this. Whirling Waltz. Is this the Archon? An overnight fantasy land. Did you find out what's wrong with your tooth? I was waiting for someone to ask about that. No, I did not. Well, that's the short answer. The long answer is they did all these tests. So they had me like bite down on this blue thing and they took some measurements afterwards. And then they tested, like, cold sensitivity.
the most unassuming ingredients can produce
And
astounding flavor.
it wasn't different enough from, because they did a control test. So they tested like the tooth on the opposite side of the mouth, and then they tested the suspect tooth. And then they tested the tooth next to the tooth that I suspected, then the one in front of that one. So there wasn't enough evidence, and also the x-ray doesn't look like the tooth is dying or dead or has any severe problem. But it didn't really explain why I've been feeling sick, and I've been having like this vague dull pain in my lower jaw, like on that area where those teeth are, and especially around that specific tooth. So I don't know. They said like if I need to go see a specialist or someone else, like I can, but basically nothing serious happened. It was just like, well, just kind of sit on it over the weekend. And you can imagine for some people how people could react differently. But I'm the type of person, like, if I don't have to do anything, I prefer not to. But at the same time, I really would like to understand what is going on with either my tooth or my jaw or the sinus problem that's affecting that area. Because I've also had kind of like, almost like inflammation in the throat area on that specific side, which I pointed that out. So I was a little underwhelmed. I don't want to say disappointed even, but I'm just surprised. Like, yeah, nothing. Like, there's no reason to get like a root canal or anything. And I agree. I don't feel like the pain is severe enough unless my tooth is already dead, and that could explain why I'm getting sick. And I brought that up to the doctor, and you know, it's unclear. Sometimes toothaches can signal heart problems. But could it be a specific tooth, though? Because in my case, it's like one specific tooth. It's not like it's multiple teeth. And it's always the same area. It's not like it's moving around. So, I don't know. I'm going to let it go for a while. Now, they gave me a prescription antibiotic just in case of some kind of bacteria. But the thing is, if the antibiotic helps me feel better, because let's say the tooth is dead and bacteria is growing in that area, the antibiotic is going to basically clean that up. But as soon as I'm done with the antibiotic, I'll probably get sick again. So we'll see. That'll kind of prove if it really is like a infection caused by a dying tooth or a dead tooth. But yeah, at this point, there's not enough pain to signal like something really needs to be done, if that makes sense. Meaning, I'm not exhibiting, according to the doctor, I'm not exhibiting enough symptoms that indicate that something severe like a root canal or an extraction is required at this point. And I agree with them. I like to take the more... I agree with the doctor being more conservative in, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Unless you have a really serious problem, unless it's very noticeable and it's all the time. Like, if you can't stand talking, if you can't stand eating just because it's too painful, then we need to take some more decisive action. But right now, like you guys can see, I'm able to speak. Now, this morning, I was more sore while talking than I am now, but I wonder how much of this is because of the medicine. Like, if the antibiotic is killing a bunch of bacteria around that tooth, then maybe that's why I feel better. So that kind of means that there is still a problem. But we'll see what happens over the next few days. How are you feeling about 9800 X3D failures? There are no failures. Like, as far as I'm aware, there's no problem. Like, I have a 9800 X3D on an ASRock Nova. It's been like that forever, and it's going to stay that way forever, and I have no problems. So, there's no problem. So, if someone's having a problem, then either it's usually, from all the stuff that I've looked at online, it's usually user error. Like in that Gamers Nexus video, that was user error that had nothing to do with the motherboard manufacturer, and rightfully so. Or it's somebody trying to do some kind of overclock and they don't know what they're doing with voltages and it's not stable. So there is no actual problem. Do not pull it unless you know exactly what's wrong first. Yeah, no, I agree. I still have a wisdom tooth that hurts 50% of the time. Really? Well, okay, so when it hurts, does it hurt when you're eating? Like when you the technical term that the dentist uses is percussion. So like when there's percussion, like when the teeth are like, you know, chewing food, whether it's vertical percussion or maybe slightly lateral, is it hurting when that's happening, or is it happening when you like when you're doing nothing? Because that's what's concerning to me. It's like when the pain is happening when you're literally doing nothing. That to me is concerning. And for me, a week ago, that was not happening, but now it is kind of happening. But I agree, man. I'm not gonna do anything with my tooth unless I have no other choice. Like, unless there's something really, really wrong. And at this point, all things point to whatever's going on over there in this jaw as some other problem. Like, it's not that specific tooth. The x-ray, the tooth looks good. Like, and when I saw the x-ray, I was like, yeah, no, man, that tooth looks fine. There's no abscess. The bone structure looks solid. The enamel looks solid. There's no cavity. The thing is, so the endodontist, she did some tests on my tooth, and she said that she thinks there's probably a fracture. She thinks there's two cracks, she said, but she doesn't think, based off of her measurements on she said the lingual and the distal, because, you know, there's 4 sides of the tooth. There's the lingual, the distal, the buccal, the mesial. So basically, she said there are 2 fractures on this tooth, but she doesn't think that they're severe enough that we need to do anything. Like, but she did tell me, like, yeah, you can't fix a fracture with a filling. Like, a filling's not going to work. Like, you'd have to get a crown, or you'd have to remove the tooth if it's like really badly cracked, and it's not. So, and the fact that I'm able to speak and I can like eat food, although it is a little uncomfortable, maybe that points to it being sensitivity due to the fracture in the crack of the tooth or something, like the sidewall or wherever it is specifically. But that's the thing, like x-rays oftentimes do not show you tooth fractures. It depends on the angle, especially if it's a 2D x-ray. Like, I think even 3D x-rays don't give enough granularity to oftentimes show a crack, especially if it's a small crack. So, yeah, I don't know. You should still eat soft or liquid foods for now. Yeah, I guess. I'm trying not to eat anything that's, like, really, really tough, where it requires a lot of chewing, especially on that side, just to see if it gets better on its own. But she did say that there's a fracture. So that does kind of point to a possible reason for the pain. But based off of her experience, she said that the fracture doesn't look like the type of fracture that would cause me to be in any sort of excruciating pain. Like, it's not deep enough. Like, it's at the enamel on the side. And it's like, she told me, you know, like, I forget what statistics she said, but she basically said something like a ton of people have cracks in their teeth and they have no idea that they have fractures because the fractures are asymptomatic. Like, most of the time, you can have a crack in your tooth and you have no idea that it's actually compromised because you don't have any symptoms, because it's not severe enough. She told me something like that. So, how did you get a fractured tooth? Good question, man. I'd like to know, because I have no idea. I was surprised to find that out. Do you grind your teeth? Not, as far as I know, not that I'm aware of. Unless I'm doing it randomly while sleeping. But for the most part, I've never had any significant teeth problem. Or tooth problems. So I don't know. I'm kind of stumped, to be honest. Like, I don't understand how this happened. Like, how did you get a fracture? You know, like, out of the blue. It's like just one day, it just kind of happened.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce
The dentists say a heavy grinder in my sleep.
unlocking that potential.
Yeah, she looked, because she, like, when she was examining the fracture, she started looking at the neighboring teeth. Like, because I've been complaining about a bottom molar, she started looking at the top molar to see, and she had me, like, bite down to see where the teeth, like, meet, to see if there's, like, wear level markings. So she did all those tests, and she said that, yeah, there's a little bit of erosion on the top of the teeth in certain areas. So she's like, you are probably occasionally grinding your teeth while you're asleep, because if you're not, because she asked me, like, do you often eat a lot of food that's, like, really, really hard? Like, do you eat, like, almonds, or, you know, do you chew stuff that's, like, really tough? It could end up cracking the teeth over time. And I said, no, not normally. It's, like, probably rarely. So she said the only thing then is you're probably grinding your teeth in your sleep and you're just not aware of it. So there's a little bit of wear leveling, but it's not severe. So that's why it's, like, hard to say. Like, it's hard to say for certain what caused it, but I guess technically, right now the hypothesis is it probably happened due to grinding in my sleep. Like, that's how it cracked, but yeah, I don't know. You have a mouth guard? Yeah, they said I can get one of those. They did mention that. Does it feel very unnatural though? Like, when you wear that? Because I don't understand. Like, to me, it would feel really weird to have that in your mouth and you're, like, lying down trying to sleep, but you have that thing in your mouth, the mouth guard. I would imagine that takes some getting used to. That would probably feel uncomfortable at first, or very strange. Do you get fitted for a night guard? You get used to it? Yeah, I'll look into that. Well, we'll see what happens with this too. Like, right now, with these antibiotics, the goal is to see if I feel like if these weird mild flu-like symptoms go away. But then once I get off the antibiotic, if they come back, that kind of indicates that there could be something going on with the pulp getting infected due to some kind of compromise to the structure, whether it's because of the fracture or some other thing going on with that tooth. You need a form-fitted one? Yeah, I'll probably, like, when I follow up with the dentist, I'll probably ask about that.
It's a great way to find new inspiration.
You shouldn't have asked about your tooth because now your wisdom teeth are out. Who here has their wisdom teeth? Okay, that's gonna be the poll question of this stream. Okay, I'm just gonna say, like, do you have... Because some people don't. Some people have them, or I guess, do you still, or do you have or still have your wisdom teeth? Yes or no? This is going to be the question of the night. Do you or still... Okay, I messed up the question, but you guys get what the question is. The question's mistyped. Some wisdom teeth? Well, okay, then I guess you would say yes. If you still have any wisdom teeth, you would say yes. Do you guys know that there's, have you guys looked at this study online that there was a test done by, like, a Japanese medical researcher that they found that humans actually have a third set of teeth? Like, the buds from the stem cells to generate new teeth exist in humans, or in mammals in general. Has anybody looked into that? I only looked into that because of them talking to me this morning about potentially, like, if the tooth is bad, it's because of a fracture, you have to pull it, because a filling's not going to fix that. So I was like, well, can you grow it back? And they're like, wait, are you serious? And I started Googling it. I'm like, there's a study online that shows that there's, like, a report that says you can grow back teeth. Like, there's a third pair. But you know, it's interesting because I didn't even know this, but there are some humans that can grow with like a third set of teeth.
But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell. A refined
Usually with children, you can see it. So you know how children have their primary teeth and then those fall out and they get their permanent teeth? So when they have primary teeth, sometimes they grow like an extra tooth that they don't actually need. Like that's an example. That's kind of what triggered the study into whether or not humans can grow more than their original 2 sets of teeth. And they found that there's actually a 3rd set of teeth in reserve. I find that fascinating. Because for people who have lost teeth due to injury, due to just tooth decay, and they had to get either a root canal, or they had to get an implant, or they literally just had the tooth extracted and they just have an empty, missing tooth area. Like, that would be awesome if they could just generate a new tooth. You know, like sharks. You know how sharks... Oh, man, we were talking about sharks yesterday. What is it with sharks and the ocean this week? And teeth? Sharks can grow, like, teeth forever. $2,000 with it. Oh, dude, man. That's I was gonna say, like, that's... But I'll tell you right now, man, to make you feel better, $2,000, that's not enough for a 5090. It's like... $2,000 for the dentist bill, that's still not enough for a 5090. Like, you could buy an entire PC, you can get all the dental work done with $2,000, but you still can't afford a 5090 with that. A lot of them in Transylvania. Your toothless uncle's still waiting for his 3rd set to kick in. Man, you know what? When I started Googling that, you know, Google was suggesting me, like, 3rd set of teeth at age 100. And I was like, wait, what? Do people get a 3rd set of teeth when they turn, like, when they're around 100 years old? Like, is that for real? Like, I was thrown off when I saw that. I start typing in the search, like, you know, like, can you regrow teeth or 3rd set of teeth? And Google's, one of the suggestions in the search bar was, like, 3rd set of teeth at age 100 or something like 100 years old and you 3rd set of teeth. And I was like, wait, what? It's like, is that real? So your uncle might be onto something. Let's not forget that you can't use the Founder Edition for gaming either since it's over. Yeah. I like how this discussion's like all over the place. At 1 second we're talking about teeth. Then we're talking about like dental bills, sharks, and regenerative medicine, and then there's like some random thing with the 5090 Founders Edition. It's like, yes, this entire week, the theme of this week for me personally has been tooth problem, sharks. I don't know why like ocean sharks, and like the 5090. It's like, what? The 5090? I guess it's because the potential dental bills can rival the price of a 5090. You know what I'm saying? The 5090 has the potential to rival medical bills. I mean, that's saying something about a piece of hardware. Man, they need to... NVIDIA needs to, like, redo that entire Founders Edition card, though. For real. Like, that whole card, that whole design is just flawed. It's flawed to the bone. To the jawbone. You're gonna need that 3rd set. From the melting cable. Yeah, dude, people who have 5090s will develop dental problems within the next 2 years because of all the anxiety. Or they'll become OC, like if someone has an Astral, they'll be OCD with the Astral because they'll always have to have the Asus monitoring app on the screen. You know, checking if the wires are, if the alarm light's red. It's like, uh-oh. I don't know how anybody signed off on that, to be honest. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's like either they don't care or they never intended for consumers to actually purchase one of these, like to buy a 5090 for gaming. Like, I don't know. It's definitely an enterprise product. Like, I don't understand why it is where it is. Alright, so it looks like most people still have their wisdom teeth. So we'll end the poll. I guess it was very broad, because anyone who... You can have, like, one wisdom tooth, and you still end up with, saying yes. But for me, I had my wisdom teeth removed. They couldn't fit in my jaw. Like, the jaw was too small. Like, I had one... So I had... Actually, the top ones... The top wisdom teeth almost could fit. The bottom one of them was on a 90-degree angle. So it was like I had like my second molar here, and the one wisdom tooth was literally trying to come in like that and like push the other one over. And I was like, that's not gonna work. So that one had to get removed. And I forget what the problem with the other one was. All I know is I had one wisdom tooth on the bottom that was on a 90-degree angle. So it was literally on its side. And then there was another one that didn't have enough room. And then the two on the top looked like they would have worked. But the surgeon who removed them, he told me that if you're going to remove the two bottom ones, you might as well remove the two top ones. Because otherwise you're just going to have like... The two top ones are just going to like clamp down on your gums all the time. And it'll just be really uncomfortable. I mean, that's the reasoning that they told me. So I basically had all four of them removed at the same time years ago. The Asus app has been updated so that warning window will pop up. Okay. But see, that's the only one. The Astral is literally the only 5090 that would give me peace of mind that I don't have to worry about a potential fire happening, or just the cable getting welded together to the GPU permanently. Because that's... To be honest, I'd be more concerned with the cable getting stuck welded to the graphics card. Like what happened with that video that Der Bauer did. Where he literally had to like yank it out with all of his force. He almost like herniated his lower back doing that. They say vitamin K2 and D are vital for healthy tooth growth for kids. Yeah, well, vitamin D in particular, in recent history, I think it was because of the pandemic, vitamin D, like, has become a thing that, like, people ignored for so many years. And then all of a sudden, now everyone's saying, oh, everyone's deficient in vitamin D, especially if you live in a country that is not an equatorial country and you're not outside for more than 15 minutes to 30 minutes a day, you're most likely vitamin D deficient to some degree. So yeah, and the other thing too is vitamin D, everyone calls it vitamin D, but vitamin D is so different from other vitamins. It's actually more like a hormone than an actual vitamin in terms of the structure and how it interacts with the body. But yeah, no, I agree. Vitamin D is not just vital for kids. I mean, it's vital for literally everyone.
Absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Did you hear the news? Escoffier's coming back.
Your dentist, for your lower impacted wisdom tooth, they just use a hammer and chisel.
Mesdames et messieurs, welcome one and all.
They probably do. I still have my wisdom teeth, but they're physically not in my body anymore. They removed them and they gave them the teeth. They gave me my teeth, my wisdom teeth, so I still have them. I believe you with the hammer and chisel because one of my wisdom teeth, one of the ends on the bottom is broken off, and one of them is like in like pieces. So I've got two wisdom teeth that are like souvenirs. I've got one that's like grinded up into pieces, and then I've got the fourth one is like it's there, and then it's like one of its legs is just broken off.
Only to be revealed after the judges have sampled.
Is that a dentist or a mason? It's no, it's neither. It's actually, well, I guess for Mark it's a dentist, but for me, I didn't go to a dentist. I went to what do they call it? It's a type of surgeon. Let me find it. It's a maxillofacial surgeon. They're the ones that do jaw structure, so they can do wisdom teeth removal.
Let the Hôtel de Bord cooking contest commence.
So it's not a mason, it's not a dentist, it's a maxillofacial surgeon is the title for me, for my wisdom teeth removal. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? Iron Chef? Oh wait, what is this? I wasn't paying attention. I was talking about teeth, and now we're cooking food.
Alphonse, Gaspar, get to work. Do not disappoint me.
Huh?
Looks like our two head chefs are raring to go.
Man, what's up with the French? This is all French themed. Expedition 33 is also very French. What is the Traveler doing? Add at least one serving of fruity flavoring. This? Huh? I can't pick it up.
A little amuse-bouche.
Did that work? Is this what I'm supposed to do?
Even the best
No available.
can't make
Please
their
collect
food
them.
without prepping the flavoring, right?
Oh, I'm supposed to hit it? Okay. Now you know why you won't get the other one removed. I think it took several days. The main thing is you're bleeding a lot. After the teeth are extracted, imagine like 4 teeth being removed from the very back of your mouth, on the top and the bottom. There was a lot of bleeding. All I remember is there was just a lot of bleeding for like hours. This isn't enough. I don't have enough. I need to get more. Wait, is there something over here? I need 2 of the red one. Oh, I see. Oh, there we go.
Now hurry up and balance the flavors.
There. Well, I don't want any of my teeth removed if they don't have to, but in the case of the wisdom teeth, they wouldn't fit, and one of them was on a 90-degree angle, so they kind of had to go out. You know, some people don't ever get wisdom teeth. I guess maybe they'll get them when they're 100 years old.
Escoffier! Come on, traveler!
Or something like that. Yeah, there's actually a lot of people that just don't get wisdom teeth. Like, they never get them. Maybe they get them, like, really, really later in life. You know, like, when they're pushing near 100, maybe. I don't know. It's true. Some people just never get their wisdom teeth. I know a couple people that don't have wisdom teeth. Wait, hold up. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I need this. I need this. I already have the thing. I already got enough.
The balance of flavors is about right. But the quantity is too low.
Oh, I need to get more of the blue one.
Yes, chef.
Oh, tension in the ranks on Team Savannah. Will this slow their progress?
Savannah, what are you doing? Oh.
So, what do you think?
This is like the French Iron Chef.
Escoffier is already on the final step of the recipe. Let's check on Savannah's progress.
Okay, just put in this, this. Oh, I need the other one. Oh boy.
Stay calm, Escoffier.
Oh, I need
There
one.
has
I
to
need
be a
one
way to
red.
balance the flavors. Just think.
Enough! Useless. Both of you, make like an egg and beat it. I'll do it myself.
Wow! Is Savannah serious? Can she
Well,
really
I guess
pick
we're
up
not
on
getting the
this
one I
time
need. We'll
working
just have to
alone?
do this then. Put in 3, and then I need a 4. There. Is this the thing I'm supposed to be doing to get caught up? I don't think this is the right thing. I'm just doing this for the Primo Gems.
Can't match Escoffier's
And then we'll be switching to Expedition 33. Who here still plays Star Rail? Or is it true a lot of people are quitting Star Rail? Use your elemental burst. Oh.
That went just as I expected.
Okay. That was the Iron Chef.
Time's up! Contestants, please take your dishes to the back.
I guess to answer the question about how long did I rest after removing the wisdom teeth, I would say it was probably like three or 4 days.
We both made the same dish
After the second, once the bleeding stops, technically you're okay. It's just you can't really eat. You can't. There's certain foods that you don't want to eat
Whoa, this is really
because you literally have 4 giant holes in your mouth.
Fluffy, beautifully sweet. This is a masterclass in how to make gâteau de bois.
I should do the main Archon quest next.
I would give this one at least 9.9 out of 10.
Does the main story quest give the
Something
Primo
about
Gems?
flavor of
The limited
taste.
time?
It's just a little different from the recipe I'm used to.
Huh? Really? I couldn't tell.
All right, on to gâteau number 2. I haven't had a single bite, and already this aroma is a delight to the senses.
Is this brand new content from the patch?
That this gâteau will be a gâteau for the
Hold on, are we in 5.6 or 5.5? What is this patch right now? Is this 5.6? When did I quit this game? Did I quit in 5.3? I think I quit in 5.3.
Someone got a little carried away when they were adding the sugar.
Not just the sugar, it's the flavors too. This is all over the place. Who made this?
It appears the decision is unanimous. This gâteau is far below the standard we would expect.
And Paimon thought this might actually be close. Turns out she can't bake to save her life.
Something's not right here. Savannah may not be perfect, but no way is she this sloppy.
I can now declare that the creator of the first gâteau has won this cooking contest. Now, all that remains is to turn the plate over and reveal the chef's name underneath.
What? It's Savannah?
No, that's impossible.
Hey, Savannah! You cheated, didn't you? You cheater! What did you do? Oh, you swapped the plates, didn't you?
Well, someone's a sore loser. These cakes went from the oven to the judge's table without me ever laying a finger on them. And everyone here can attest to that. It was Vanishem's staff who labeled them in the kitchen.
The Archon's quest right now is still Natlan, or is it something else?
Isn't it more likely that Escoffier's lost her edge? Oh, or maybe her assistants let the team down.
You take that back!
Judges, we demand a rematch.
That's enough. What's done is done. As head chef, or rather as team lead, I take responsibility for the dish I served. Whatever went wrong and however it happened, I should have spotted it. Savannah, I didn't think you'd stoop this low just to beat me in a bake-off. What happened to your chef's pride?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you want the Codex to bore that much, you can have it.
Escoffier, no!
But you must promise me that you'll apologize to Firma and compensate him for everything you put him through.
It's a little late to be negotiating terms. The contest is over and I won.
Oh.
That means you owe me the Codex.
That means it's probably a Dainsleif thing.
Look, Savannah, you may have fooled everyone else, but can you really fool yourself? What I'm offering is to accept
Must be
defeat
Dainsleif.
without looking to expose what you've
I don't
done.
think I've done all of those, actually.
But only on the condition that you promise to stop putting so much pressure on your staff.
Fine. I'll treat this as your final handover of duties from one head chef to the next. So, will that be all, ex-head chef? Or is there any other unfinished business you'd like to leave in my hands?
I didn't mean that to be a scolding from your former boss. Just a word of advice from a fellow chef and a friend. But I don't know if you're even open to input from other people anymore.
I know what I'm doing. I don't need your advice.
All right, fine. I'm glad to hear it.
Escoffier!
The Codex de Boer. Finally. Now, at long last, I will succeed.
Escoffier?
How could you let her get away with
The question is Navia worth pulling for?
Codex is
Because I still don't have Navia.
time here. Doesn't that mean anything?
I got lucky and pulled Escoffier on
It
a
was
10
just a
pull,
bake-off, not the end of the world.
starting from 0. She was pull number 8, from
Besides,
0
all back,
to 8, and I
she
got
couldn't
her.
compensate Firma.
But Navia is another story. Like, I don't have Navia. I also don't have the new guy, the new Natlan guy with the cowboy hat. I don't have him
Why just
either.
done that in the first place? I mean, why bother with the whole cooking contest? It's such a waste
I
of
did
time
pull
and energy.
Oberon, though. I got Oberon now. I didn't have him.
No! This doesn't make any sense!
Huh?
That's it? No secrets, no nothing? I don't believe it! This can't be happening.
Chef Savannah!
Savannah?
It's nothing life-threatening. Just a lot of pent-up stress and exhaustion.
Oh, I knew it.
Pent up stress?
The truth is, however hard she might be on the rest of us, the person she puts the most pressure on is herself.
Yes, there are nights when she makes us redo things.
I got
over and over into
Oberon.
the wee hours.
Yeah, I got him randomly on the banner.
She'll hide herself away in the kitchen, working on new techniques and recipes, and only realize how long she's been at it when we come to work the following morning.
But why? Why would she do that?
Our best guess
Is this Navia's third banner? Is there a second rerun? I feel like this is the third time Navia is available.
Even so, that's no.
Because I quit the game like right as she went on her very first banner, and then I was not playing the game when she was on her first rerun. So I'm pretty sure this is her second rerun. So meaning this is the third time that she's available. Oh, this is the third rerun, so this is her fourth? This is the fourth time she's been on a banner?
Leone and Algalia were the ones I tasked with labeling the cakes.
She must be one of the more popular characters then. If she's already had that many reruns. Because Shen-He had like one rerun. Shen-He had like one rerun. And then they threw her into that one banner during the Lantern Festival. And it was like, well, okay. Wait, so Navia is literally on her third... Yeah, so let me see here. Let me see the wishes here. Yeah, see, I got Auroron. Auroron, May 5th. That was on the Navia banner. This was the Navia banner. Those 10 pulls. Then we had 5 plus 5. And that was the whole 10 pull. Because you go back here. Kuching. On February 22nd. This, I pull her. And I'm like, I quit. I pulled... Kuching, and I'm like, I quit. I quit this game forever. February 22nd. Then, May 7th, we do a 10 pull. We get Kole, so that's 5 right there. And here's the other 5, and there she is right there. So I got her on a 10 pull. Then I went to Navia's banner, and I did another 10 pull, and I got Auroron, and I'm like... I did that on the Navia banner. I'm like, oh, I'm done. I'm done. Well, I mean, I had like barely no Primo Gems left. So I was like, that's pretty lucky right there. So, but I don't have this one guy right here. The cowboy guy. Like this dude right here, I don't have him. So it's like, whatever. Auroron is good, but that cowboy is not that usable. Where's this Auroron? There he is. I finally got him. I finally got him. You said that he was like a free giveaway character in like a thing recently. I got... Oh, you know who was also... Hey, I remember now. Okay, I was playing this game when she was new. She was the new 4-star on the banner with Arlecchino and Clorin. I got her. So when you remember, you could choose her for free. You could choose her from a list of a bunch of 4-stars. I didn't choose her. I chose Gaming because I didn't have Gaming. I was like, wait a minute, I don't have this guy, so I need to get him because I already got what's her name on the banner with Clorin. So I was like, let's just get this guy. So I have him too. That's how I get my 4-stars. I never bother to roll for 4-stars. I mean, no one should roll for 4-stars because they're not guaranteed. So and they give them away for free. So it's super easy to get them over a long period of time. Yeah, I got him. These are the characters that I have that I never really bothered to use. These are the ones. Even Bennett, I never used him. Well, okay, I did use him, but I never leveled him up. Yeah. So this is my team right now. So we got Farina, level 86, with this free-to-play 4-star event weapon. I call it the pipe. I don't know. It looks like a fontaine pipe. Then we have the Dragon Man himself with Sacrificial Jade. This is one of the newer Battle Pass weapons. I don't have all the Battle Pass weapons. I have most of them. I don't have the new bow, and I don't have the new polearm. I think I have everything else. And then she's using the Skyward Spine because that's like the only good one that I've got. And then he's using Lost Prayer to the Sacred Winds, because that's the best I've got. I'm back in Genshin. Everyone's saying the current Archon quest is very good. Now we probably are going to have to play it. But yeah, see, so Skyward Spine, Lost Prayer to Sacred Winds, Sacrificial Jade, and Fleuve Sender Ferryman. That's what I got. And then artifacts. You guys want to see my artifacts? Look at these scrubby artifacts. Look at these casual artifacts. Look at this 4-star artifact, and look at these 5 stars. They aren't even level 20. They're only level 16. This is how you play Genshin for real. Like, this is how you play for real. This way you don't have to waste so much time grinding. And then check this out. Wander's Trope. Wander's Trope. Just straight up. Wander's Trope. What is she wearing? Gladiator's Finale. Yes, Gladiator's Finale. And none of them are level 20. Check it out. And look at this. Wander's Trope, man. This is the best stuff right here. Wander's Trope. 5-star weapon that you get off of the random... I randomly get this off of the permanent banner, the standard banner. You randomly get these. You know, randomly got Skyward Spine back in the day. You know, just... It isn't even max level. It's level 80. It's level 80 because I got a policy. My policy is 4-star weapons go to level 90. 5-star weapons only go to level 80. That's how you do it. That's how you conserve your resources. So I never level up my 5-star weapon beyond 80, and I level up my 4-star weapon to level 90. That kind of balances them out. See, that's how you do. And then this, here's my other word of advice. You only level your character to 80, and then you ascend them to the final tier, but you never level them to 90. You never waste resources leveling them up beyond 80. So see, like Farina 86, Nouvelle 80. This girl, I haven't maxed her out yet, but level 70. We're working on it. We're working on it. Raisley, level 80. I call it 80 ascended. 80 ascended. So it's like, or 80 unlocked. 80 unlocked potential. I'm using Dragon Ball Z terminology in this Genshin Impact game. Oh, Francisco, you're asking about the tooth? Yeah, we talked about the tooth. So the endodontist did a bunch of... So basically the short end of it is they didn't do anything to my tooth. The x-rays look normal. However, they gave me antibiotics that are, for like 2 weeks. I'm going to be taking antibiotics just to rule out some sort of infection that could be affecting the jaw area. But if I don't get better despite the medicine, or once I go off the medicine, if I get the pain again, then that indicates that there's probably some sort of problem with the nerve, like the nerve could be dying for whatever reason. They did find like a fracture, so there is a fracture in the enamel. So either I have to get a crown at some point. If it's really, really bothering me, I'll have to get a crown, like a temporary crown, then a permanent crown. But there's no need to do a root canal. There's no need to do anything like super severe like that. So, at least for right now, that's what they were telling me. Based off of the x-ray, based off of the tests that they did. They tested the cold test, did the percussion test, you know, that kind of stuff. So, the medicine's making me feel better. So, I don't know. It's hard to say that it's some kind of allergy or like a general illness because everything is localized to one side. Like, I don't have any pain or any like soreness in my right side of my mouth. It's all on the left side. So it seems like it's localized to that area where I'm thinking there's that one tooth. But we'll see what happens. It's one of those watch and wait things. And, you know, people were telling me, no, you don't want to watch and wait because it could become really, really serious. And people, it can become life-threatening. Like, teeth problems, if left unchecked, can become very serious. And I totally recognize that. So, but at the same time, like, I agree with the doctor. Like, with teeth, you want to take the conservative approach. You don't want to go in there and start drilling if you don't have to. So we kind of have to rule out like other things right now with like an infection or whatever. Or they were thinking like maybe some kind of allergy, but I pushed back on the allergy thing because I'm like, okay, if it's allergies, why is it only on the left side? Why is there nothing wrong with my right side? Usually if you have an allergy problem, it's symmetrical. So to me, having it asymmetrical is not, it's kind of saying it's something else. So, but you know, I don't know. Doctors, it doesn't matter how good the doctor is, at the end of the day, doctors are having to make educated guesses. So I'm just gonna have to go along with it for now and see. And hope for the best. My weapon policy is sensible.
Have you figured out what it was?
The building with the correct artifacts.
Oh, this is aggravated assault on my palate. I'd rather eat wet cement than this.
Is it really that bad?
Yeah,
I'm taste tested before.
I changed my mouthwash. I got a new mouthwash.
Oh, relax. This isn't your case.
The dentist uses some kind of like super high grade mouthwash, man.
Flavors are coming from in between the icing and the
Like
cake
the,
base.
I remember when during like the pandemic, anyone who went to the dentist during the pandemic, you guys know how all the dentists had like this super like weird high end mouthwash. Or was that just my dentist? Because I swear, like, during the pandemic, when I would go to the dentist, they would give me this really strong mouthwash that was, it had this really weird aftertaste. I don't know, it was weird. But man, that mouthwash literally, like, it obliterated all the bacteria. So I don't know what that stuff was, but whatever it was, man, it was strong.
I was the one who caused the food safety incident that one time.
Food safety? Wait, you mean the Lumaline incident? So you procured the contaminated ingredients?
I think so. Savannah and I were
My policy for Genshin Impact, and this applies to every gacha game, never roll on the weapon banner. Only get 5-star weapons off of the standard banner when you randomly get them. Never roll for 4-star characters because they're not guaranteed and you get them for free from events. And never roll on a character, never roll for a character that you already have. So basically ignore constellations. That's my policy. I live by those rules for playing gacha games, and I think that's why I have this giant character collection.
Sorry, I was so scared.
How far have I gotten in this game? Well, I quit back in February, and then I came back because a lot of people in the chat kept saying the story is so good. So I was like, well, okay, we'll come back.
That's ended up in me doing something even worse.
I'm definitely not caught up with the story. Like, there's still like a bunch of story quests that I need to do.
Seriously? All this fuss over a little slip-up?
Huh?
That is the golden rule for free-to-plays?
Firstly,
wait, the golden rule for free-to-plays is what I said? Like, never roll for constellations?
Secondly,
I thought that was common sense. I didn't think that was like a free-to-play thing. I guess it is a free-to-play thing, though.
You need to feel ashamed or frightened or anything like that. Any more than you need to add
Constellations don't exist. To me, they don't exist.
You forgive me?
The mouthwash
I'm not
is...
saying you don't have to take responsibility for your mistakes.
Is there a brand name for that? I might need to look into that.
For the past few months. Then do some digging and find out exactly where those contaminated ingredients came from. Sure, you've made mistakes, but now
Another person asking about the Azrock thing. To me, my opinion, there's no problem. There's no issue.
Good. Now, back to Savannah. What about the original codex would compel her to resort to blackmail?
I have my suspicions.
Prescription only?
Not got
Oh.
any proof to back them up, though. Ugh. What happened to me? I've overheard some customers murmuring about how the Hotel de Boer hasn't been the same since Escoffier left. They think our menu doesn't taste like it used to, especially our signature items.
Now that you mention it, I noticed it during the contest too. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the flavor.
You should
seemed
save
subtly
Primos because
different
next
from
patch
how
is for
it used to be.
Skirk.
But the difference was so small.
Is she
I'm
in,
sure no one would
are we in
notice it
5.6
besides
right now?
our
Is she
loyal
5.7?
customers and true
Or is there
deserving
5.8?
souls.
Is there going to be a 5.8? Or is it going to go to 6.0?
See why Savannah would get so hung
Call
up
your
on
dentist
it.
and you can call into the pharmacy.
So many times I've seen her make the cake base over and over again, late into the night.
Okay.
Determined to match Escoffier's version. But something's always slightly off every time.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
You know how they have that, there's the toothpaste that is for sensitive teeth, or it helps sensitive teeth? I found out how that toothpaste works. Like Sensodyne, you know how that stuff works? It works because the particles in it basically plug up the dentin. So it's like, it's, I was thinking, because I use that type of toothpaste, is that going to throw off the test results when the dentist is trying to test me for cold sensitivity? Because if you have exposed dentin, like let's say you have a cavity, well, okay, not a cavity, but let's say you have, like on the front, I don't know, what do they call them? The cuspids or the incisor teeth. Like if you have exposed dentin on the bottom parts of those teeth at the gum line, if you use toothpaste like Sensodyne toothpaste or any toothpaste that's meant for sensitive teeth, the way it makes it so that your teeth are no longer sensitive to hot and cold is by plugging up the dentin with a bunch of like the stuff from the toothpaste. Because the dentin is a porous material. It's not 100% solid like the enamel. So I was thinking, because I use the Sensodyne toothpaste and I don't have tooth sensitivity, I was thinking I don't have tooth sensitivity because the toothpaste is clogging up the dentin tubules. So it basically like creates almost like a similar behavior as though it was enamel without being enamel. And I was wondering about that the whole time when they were testing my teeth for sensitivity. Because they're like, does it hurt? And I'm like, no, but I can tell which tooth you're testing. It's like, but the thing is like, is it supposed to be hurting? Soft patching, yeah, that's exactly what it does.
For goodness sake, what a stupid
I mean, it's
idea.
good because it prevents cavities. It's like putting like a shield layer on it. Your teeth case sounds like something only Batman can solve. What if Batman had a tooth problem though? Could he solve that? Or would he have to resort to specialists?
One thing that doesn't make sense, though. If Savannah had the real recipe all along, how come it tasted different? She might not be on the same level as Escoffier, but surely after like 50 attempts, she'd get it right one of those times.
But I think those type of toothpaste are the better ones to use, though. Like, especially if somebody has like gum recession in a certain part of the teeth. Like if you have gum recession, usually people get gum recession on their, I think it's the incisors teeth, like on the top or the bottom, depending on the individual. So that type of toothpaste is really good at preventing cavities from forming on those type of teeth.
What's her name? I don't think I've heard of her before.
You were a huge candy lover but paid the price.
I wonder.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like if you use the toothpaste that does that, I think you can still be a candy lover. And you won't have to pay the price because you just clog up the dentin with that stuff. I think of it like if you get like let's say you have like a nail in the wall and you want to cover up the hole, like you remove the nail and there's like a hole in the wall. You just get that plaster stuff and you just like put it, it's the same color as the wall. You just get that stuff and put that there and and you plug it up, man. Like that's exactly what that toothpaste does. Just start using like Sensodyne. I swear, just start using Sensodyne toothpaste, and it's like your tooth sensitivity goes away. Read up on how it works. It literally plugs up the porous parts of the dentin. when I learned that years ago, because I've been using that type of toothpaste probably since like Zen 1, like the 1080 Ti and the Ryzen 1800X was when I switched to Sensodyne toothpaste. I can't believe it was that long ago, man. Zen 1 and the 1080 Ti. Like, that was when I discovered Sensodyne toothpaste. In the year of our Lord and Savior, the 1080 Ti, the greatest of all time, I discovered Sensodyne toothpaste, and ever since then, I didn't have any issues with, because I had like one cavity that had to get filled in one of my premolars on the left side, and then I had another one on one of the upper molars on the top right side. And after that, I started using Sensodyne toothpaste, and ever since then, I have not had any more cavities, man. Like, for real, like legit. So, I'm like, just plug up the holes, man, just use this.
In terms of the epicness of the story, I think there is still one RPG that beats Expedition 33 in the last decade, and you have played that.
In terms of the epicness of the story, oh, in the last decade. Okay, so hold on, in the last decade. So that would go all the way back to 2015. So what? Let me think. And you said I've played that game.
Long distances in search of a suitable home. There's always one goose at the front whose job is to lead the flock. Fontaine poets often use the image of that goose to explore.
What would that be? I'm trying to think what that would be. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
Cut above the rest, a model of perfection. But what those poets don't know is that during migration,
well,
the goose is always changing.
So last year we played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and the year before that we played Final Fantasy 16.
To take its place. So the truth is, with all the responsibilities and pressures that come with it, it's something.
You said RPG, so I don't consider like Elden Ring's story that epic because it's so vague, and you have to go out of your way to really understand it. So I wouldn't really consider Elden Ring. Not necessarily a single player game. Oh, could you be referring to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker or Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers? Because we did Dawn Trail last year. I don't think Dawn Trail's story was that epic. Endwalker was really good. Shadowbringers was also very good. Sometimes I have a hard time deciding which one I like more between those two. They were very similar, though.
I guess what I'm saying is, I don't buy into this notion
Endwalker?
of some sort of
Okay.
gulf between normal and genius.
Yeah, Endwalker was pretty epic, man. Yeah.
Magic. Given the same
The thing about Endwalker, so it's kind of hard to compare the games though, because Expedition 33's story is more like,
some people have a more sensitive palate than others.
I don't know if you finished the game, but there's multiple endings, and both endings can be good and bad depending on how you interpret them and how you look at it, and ultimately like how you feel the situation should be concluded. So, but the way that they made the endings in Expedition 33, both endings leave something like, it's almost like you want more from both endings. Whether you chose the first option or the second option, because there's two different endings in the game. I'm not going to spoil them, but my takeaway, because I watched, so one of the endings is on live stream, we covered it. The second ending, I went back and I loaded my save off stream the following day, and I watched the second ending, and both endings were not like, it's like there's give and take in the endings, both of them. Like in one ending, the vast majority of the characters have a good ending, but one character in particular does not, and another character has a very questionable conclusion. So that's one ending. The second ending, one specific character gets what they want in the end, but another character gets an ending, a conclusion that they didn't necessarily want, and then everyone else doesn't achieve what they want. Like, they don't get the outcome that they were hoping for. So it's, man, the way that the team, the writing, how they crafted the endings for Expedition 33, it's like a masterclass in how to write a drama in such a way that it gives the viewers, it's like it gets the viewers 95% there, and then it's almost like it takes something away from them so that they feel like the ending is almost incomplete, or like they're left for wanting more. You know what I'm saying? So if you haven't seen the endings, either ending, it doesn't matter. Both of them have the same effect, but in different ways. And the way that they do that is so well done and so original, and I guess very French in a way, that it's so refreshing to see the ending of Expedition 33. Like, that whole game, man, is basically a classic. Like, from start to finish, that game is going to go down in history as like a special game. It is right up there with games like Nier Automata. It's that style of game. Like, the ending is open to interpretation, depending on how you look at it, depending on what you wanted, how you wanted the characters to resolve the challenges that they had to deal with. Like, it plays off of that. So it's, man, yeah. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is, like, really, really good. Now, obviously, it's a little bit of recency bias, but those endings are so well done. Now, Endwalker is very, very good. But Shadowbringers was also very, very good. And the difference between Endwalker and Shadowbringers, Endwalker felt like it was the penultimate conclusion. It was the final resolution of this epic story, this epic journey that the Warrior of Light had been on the whole time since A Realm Reborn. So that is why it had this level of depth, this level of, like, the epicness of the scope of Endwalker was right there. They got it perfect with that story. Shadowbringers was a very similar vibe, but Shadowbringers was more, it was less about the Warrior of Light and more about, like, the focus was more on the struggle that the people had to deal with. And then, like, the whole story of Emmett Selk and the tragic case of the origin of all of that. You know, like, and then that's kind of expanded on, actually, in Endwalker's story. But, yeah, man, that's good. What do you think about Black Myth Wukong? Black Myth Wukong is just a really good game based off of a really good novel. So, I mean, if you're a fan of Journey to the West, you would really enjoy Black Myth Wukong. But what we're talking about is something that's like it's a whole original thing, right? Like, Endwalker's not based off of a book. It's not based off of a TV series. Same thing with Expedition 33. It's not based off of a novel. It's not based off of anything. It's like a whole original story from start to finish. Whereas Black Myth Wukong, that's a great game, but it's still a game based off of an existing classical literature, you know? So there's only so much you can do with that. It's like, how accurate can it be to the story? And then it's like, how much do you like that story? So, Meteon is one of the most memorable villains of all time to me. Really? I found Emmett Selk a more compelling villain, personally, from Shadowbringers. I think the writing in Shadowbringers for the villain was just so well done. Like, the whole characterization, like, his whole entire character, how he had charisma, but he was flawed. and you could, at first you hated him, but then you know how they do the whole like anime thing where you understand the backstory, you learn the motive, and then you basically end up sympathizing with the villain to a degree. They did that in Shadowbringers so well. Medion, the same deal, but I feel like there wasn't enough dialogue with her, I guess, to really, I don't know, like, it just didn't really do it for me. Like, the whole, like, Endwalker was definitely more, about the Warrior of Light and the party members that are accompanying you. Like, it definitely was more about that. It also kind of had a little bit of a weird pacing to it. Like, the first part of it, because what surprised me about Endwalker is how you end up beating Zodiark so early. Because I remember, you go to the moon, and then it's like you're on the moon, and I'm thinking like, oh, this is the place where Ardbird and the Warrior of Darkness and all those guys were at in the earlier arcs. And they were on the moon. It was like, wow, they're on the moon with the Ascians. It's like, well, you finally get to the moon, and then there's, lo and behold, there's Zodiark in a hole, and he's all like sealed up in chains, these giant swords. So then you free him, and then you beat him, and I'm like, wait, we beat him at like level... You beat him at like level 83. And I'm like, wow. That was quick. Like, you got rid of Zodiark. You resolved the Zodiark conflict pretty fast, relatively speaking. And then the Garlean Empire was even quicker than that, I think. Or, yeah, it was like even quicker than that. Like, the whole, like, you fight them in the snow area. You play as Thancred, and you infiltrate the base, and there's the whole big battle and stuff. So that whole thing, like, was resolved so quick, and then the story changes to the existential threat, like, oh, the end is coming, hence the name Endwalker, and all, and then then you go into the whole story with the Kairos thing, and you see Medion and the Ascians before they were the Ascians, and you see all the backstory stuff, and that's basically the whole like Act 2 of Endwalker, and then it kind of comes full circle again later on. So overall, it was really, really good. I didn't really sympathize with the villains though in that story arc compared to how it was in Shadowbringers. That was probably the main difference. Although Shadowbringers seemed like it was more, they tried to put more scarier elements in Shadowbringers that they didn't really duplicate in Endwalker, and they didn't need to do that. But yeah, Zodiark appearing as a mid-boss shot. Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. It was kind of weird. Like, the pacing was very strange in some parts of it. But Endwalker was definitely one of the more memorable expansions of Final Fantasy. When I think of Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn was not bad at all. The Heaven's Sword was very good. Stormblood's story was probably one of the weaker ones. I thought it was fine. Stormblood. Stormblood felt like I was playing an older Final Fantasy game. The pacing of it, you journey to the Ruby Sea, and you gotta go find some turtles, and you gotta learn how to swim and all that stuff. That felt very much like I was playing an SNES classic. Go find the turtles in some random village. Like, that felt like playing an old school Final Fantasy from way back. So Stormblood had that kind of vibe. But like Xenos as the villain, the first time he was the villain was the best time he was the villain. Like, he basically reminded me of Golbez from Final Fantasy IV when you first meet him. Because you know how they would make Xenos walk in, and he would do that one move where it's like, you get down for the count status, and you can't fight back. Like, they would do that, and I'm like, oh, that is so classic Final Fantasy style right there. So Stormblood had that. Then they had Shadowbringers. And Shadowbringers needs no explanation. It was very, very good. Then they did Endwalker, and Endwalker was also really, really good. And then they concluded. Then Dawn Trail was kind of like, hey, we're going on vacation, but there's some Legends of the Hidden Temple stuff going on over here on the other continent. You might want to help out. So then, but it's kind of funny because it's like they did the whole like South America, North America thing. It was like Brazil and all this stuff, and then they had like the U.S. and kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like they put that in there, which was kind of, you could tell like it was vaguely based off of North and South America. Like I forget what the name of the place was. Like South America was basically, or like the first 3 zones were based off of South America, and the northern zones were based off of North America. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of what it was, especially because like if you were playing it with the English voice acting, when you get to South America, or I say South America, in the first 3 zones, first of all the names are like the indigenous people type names of that region. And then you go up to like the northern region, and it's like it's Wild Wild West, and people have American, like the English voice actors have American accents, and I'm like, whoa, that's weird, because like everybody up until then, all the English voicing was British voice acting, like it had British accents. You go to the north region, and it's like you walk into a town that looks like it's someplace in the Wild Wild West. Like someplace in like Arizona or somewhere, or Texas or something, and it's like, whoa, these people have like American accents. Like, what is going on? Like Cancun. Well, yeah, like Central and South America was basically like the first part of Dawn Trail, and then Then I kept thinking of like Brazil and Peru. Because, like, the one mountainous area was basically Peru. It was, like, the Andes Mountains. And then I think Marcelo was saying that that one part that I thought was supposed to be representative of the U.S., he was like, that's, like, basically Brazil. With all the deforestation. Yeah, I guess that's what Dawn Trail... That's what's memorable about Dawn Trail. I don't really think of Dawn Trail's story. I think more of like, oh, they put North and South America, like these vaguely similar places that are kind of based off of North and South America's geographic environments. You know what I'm saying? Like the land mass is roughly based off of North and South America. So that's all I remember about Dawn Trail. Like I forgot the whole story. All I know is Tiger Girl is trying to win some tournament to become the queen of the nation, and her dad is like the previous champion, and her brother is competing, and her other brother is also competing, and that's all I remember. Like that's literally the story of Dawn Trail. And it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I haven't done any of the post game content from Dawn Trail. Like I haven't done point 1, point 2. I assume we're in point 3 now. So I don't know. Other than the Arcadian raids, like I haven't done anything in that game since finishing Dawn Trail. How excited are you for Witcher 4? I'll probably play it. I'm not super excited about it though, because I still kind of think that Cyberpunk 2077 was a terrible game when it first came out, and I still haven't played Cyberpunk. I probably never will at this point, but I'll definitely try Witcher 4. It looks really good. At least the trailer with what's her name. It looks like they probably have a good game, but you know, I don't know.
Hey, there's a newsstand over there. Want to grab a copy of the Steambird?
Play Cyberpunk? I don't even have it, man. I don't even have the game.
Isn't that Charlotte? And standing next to her.
The one game that I might play again is Honkai Star Rail, but I don't know if people even like that game anymore. For some reason, there's a lot of hatred towards Star Rail recently. Why is there no voice?
Pretty shocking. but it still feels like it's missing something.
Did they change his voice actor?
Got it. Udex gravely wounded
And
in
Charlotte
shocking
doesn't have a
stabbing.
voice actress anymore?
Sent
Like
to
what?
this cross-border smuggling trial.
She doesn't have a voice? Or is that a bug?
Huh? What? Did Paimon hear that right? Neuvillette was stabbed and gravely wounded? No, surely that can't be right. Can it?
So wait, she just doesn't have a voice? He didn't have a voice. There were sections of the story where he didn't have a voice actor. Now he has a new voice actor? And she now doesn't have a voice actress? Some don't have a voice because of the issue regarding AI replacing voice actors? Is what's her name? The chef girl, is she an AI voice?
Hey there,
Her
Yuji.
accent sounds weird to
Fancy
me.
running into you here.
Yeah, that, and also a less than pleasant shock. What the heck was all
I don't know, man. AI voices are so obviously AI so far. Like you see those YouTube videos where it's literally just AI voices?
trading tabloid headlines?
Yeah. Charlotte and I were having a little contest to see who could find the most. Either I got lucky, or I have a knack for honing in on the most outrageous material.
I assume that's a new voice actor for him. It doesn't sound like the original one. Although I barely even got to hear his original one because he wasn't even voiced in a lot of lines in the Archon quest. I assume this is Kanish's quest. I like wandered into this randomly.
If I had to quantify it, I'd say about 1% of what they write is the truth.
Here's another character I don't have. I don't have Kanish.
Huh? Him? Lenient? Ugh, you gotta be kidding! Ah!
Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to give credit to these so-called news stories for occasionally including a grain of truth. All I'm saying is, even the wildest leaps of the human imagination are always rooted in reality.
You mean all those fake headlines you mentioned actually do have some basis in fact?
Sure they do. For instance, there was in fact a smuggling trial recently. Considering the amount of speculation surrounding the smuggled goods, it's no wonder there are rumors about restaurants serving saurian meat or teacups being unearthed from ancient ruins.
Oh.
But in reality, the goods in question
It
were
was the
simply a few
voice
ancient
studio.
relics dug up from ruins in Natlan. Rest assured, no saurians were harmed in the process.
All this stuff happening in the Fontaine. So here's the other question too. We were just talking about Final Fantasy and how it had a lot of expansions. Genshin Impact's annual patch updates are basically the same thing as the Final Fantasy expansions. Because 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0. We're in the 5.0 right now. 4.0 was the Fontaine. 3.0 was Sumeru. 2.0 was Inazuma. So we're about to go into 6.0, and 6.0 is going to be Snezhnaya.
I appreciate your kind invitation.
So we're going to the cryo land in a few months. Oh, this is the event quest. I like how just randomly walking around, you just wander into these quests that you'll get stuck playing the game for like 8 hours. So we're basically doing stuff that's supposed to be done after the Archon quest.
Charlotte never stops, does she? Anyway, Paimon just has to ask, that how thing that popped out before, or was it a how? It kind of looked like a how, but at the same time...
Oh, that thing. Yeah, that was a how.
Huh? What's up with him? Like, he's still noisy, but he's way quieter than before.
Could be.
6.0 will not be Shinjinaya, it will be Nod Cray. Nod Cry. Developers did last year.
Too bad he can't come out to argue back.
So they're not doing that? Wait, what?
What do you mean?
There's nothing physically wrong with him. It actually has to do with a strange law we learned about after arriving in Fontaine.
Wait, what?
Apparently, it's forbidden to release.
They're doing a World of Warcraft thing? Wait, what?
During the first 3 days of each month.
Paimon sure does. Paimon's been down this road before.
Wait, we're not going to the Ice Nation? Wait, what is this? Where are they? They're going to Azeroth?
Considering that. But Ahau wasn't too thrilled with the idea.
Or they're going to like some other continent? Wait, what?
Form of a mini helium balloon.
Wait, hold on a second. We need to get out of this cutscene. Get out of the cutscene. Get out of the cutscene. Stop talking. Just keep going. Oh boy. Activate fast mode. Fast mode. Okay. An overnight fantasy land. Okay. Hold on a second. So look. This is the Fontaine. This is some other area that they added of Liyue. This is the Mondstadt. So this is this plus the Liyue. This minus the Chasm and this thing. This is 1.0. This is Genshin 1. The 1.x version of the game. Then they added this area, the island nation known as Inazuma. They added Inazuma in 2.x. 2.x was the island nation. Then in 3.0 they added Sumeru, which was the biggest nation in terms of the land, because it had all of the jungle and it had the desert, and the desert was big. It had all that stuff. That was 3.x. Then they added Fontaine, 4.x, which is where we are now. Then last year they added 5.x, which is the Natlan. Was all this stuff. They just recently added the volcano, which you could see in the distance, but you could never go there until recently. I had to go up here. I had to speed run, grab this stuff, speed run, turn into a shark. Oh, there we go again with sharks again. Turn into a shark and swim all the way out to this guy so I could fight this dude to get this thing, the secret source airflow accumulator. I needed to get one of these, or I need to get a bunch of these. So this is the current Genshin Impact. So you're telling me that there's going to be no Cryo Nation? The Cryo Nation is supposed to be north of the Natlan, or like next to Fontaine, or north of Fontaine, or somewhere over here. I forget exactly where. The rumor was no, actually no, I take that back. It's supposed to be north of Mondstadt. Snezhnaya is supposed to be up here somewhere. Or maybe it's supposed to be west of Fontaine and north of, I don't know. It's supposed to be like somewhere over here. North of Mondstadt was the original rumor of the Snezhnaya. The stream is really interesting on the perspective of game developers. Wait, you can quickly see the Nod Crad. What did you do before going to Ranwar in Act 3? I got everybody's friendship level to max. So that requires you doing a dungeon, a long dungeon, a really, really tall tower, and then also you basically have to go to 3 different places. Yeah, that's what I did before I went to Ranwar. Basically, go to camp, talk to the NPCs. And then you'll figure it out. Well, so if they're going to the man, they're doing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle City thing. Are they really doing that? You know what I mean when I say that? Anyone who watched Yu-Gi-Oh! You guys remember during the Battle City arc, Kaiba was hosting the big tournament. And then they got the final group of people. So it was basically Kaiba, Joey, Yugi, and Yami Merrick, basically Merrick, and then there was like the other Merrick. But basically, they were supposed to play in the semifinals. But then they ended up going into this virtual world for a bunch of filler. And it was like Kaiba's adopted brother, Noah, or something like that. That whole story where they're in the virtual world, Nod Cray sounds like the whole like Noah arc from the Battle City from Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what that sounds like. It sounds like it's just a bunch of filler. Them going to some Nod Cray, that sounds like Dawn Trail, man. That sounds like Traveler and Paimon are going on vacation and they're gonna end up in some Nod Cray thing and all that stuff. That's what that sounds like. You couldn't beat the merchant in Monaco's quest? Wait. Which merchant? No, Monaco's quest. Oh, you're talking. Oh, I don't know if you have to though. You just have to go and interact with the thing for his son. It's a different world. So it's like going into the teapot. It's like going to this thing. What is the Sea of Bygone Era? What is this? There's like a whole area that I've never even been to before. What is this? The Chasm. Enkanomiya. Man, this is a place that's completely dead. Like, I have a feeling a lot of people haven't even been here in like over 2 years. Unless they needed to fight this thing for whatever reason. For whoever they're trying to level up that needs this. But man, like, Enkanomiya had some of the best music in Genshin Impact, and this isn't even like a place where anybody goes anymore. Same thing with the Chasm. Like, I can't imagine anyone needing to go to the Chasm unless they need this thing. Watch this video for 5 minutes behind the scenes, Nod Crad. Hold on, let me find it. Hold on. Genshin Impact Nod Cry. You're talking about behind the scenes? Let's start with Nod Cray. Okay, hold up. Let me put this. Let me move you guys over here. Okay, hold on. Where is the thing? Oh, behind the scenes. Okay, here we go. Hold on, here we go.
在诺德卡莱的相关信息放出之后，项目组的小伙伴们也观察到
Wait, I think I did watch some of
不
this.
同的解读和猜想，有一些
This guy goes by the name of
天
Crab.
马行空了，有一些也跟我们的想法有点接近。
那这一次也是为了满足大家的好奇心啊，今天我们就站在创作者的角度，
Aquaria?
去跟大家聊一聊
He's the
接下来
combat
诺德卡莱
designer?
的版本内容。那同时
Hold up, can he buff Albedo?
我其实也想借这个话题啊，和大家去分享一下，创作
Can he
原
buff
神的
Albedo?
理念和思路。
创作原神
And
这样的作
Child,
品有点
Child
像
also needs a
编
buff.
出一张
Child,
巨
Child's
大的
like
画布
so bottom tier right now.
起初我们从2个方向去开始编织，一个叫做 诸国的冒险，另一个叫做追寻
Adventure through the nations. Yeah, yeah. See, I knew. Okay, I knew he was gonna say that because that's literally Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is literally just journeying through the nations. That's basically what Genshin Impact is all about.
然后就过了好几年的时间，这个画布呢也就
Like I was saying earlier, it's like every year you get a new patch, you get a new expansion. And last year it was the Natlan expansion. This year it's the Nod Cry expansion.
逐渐有了大致的框架。这个时候我们回头去看的话，发现哎不对呀、这个画布它留的线头太多了。然而这些线头里面其实包含了非常多的信息，提瓦特大量的人物事都是通过这些细碎的线索串联在一起。
Yeah, I saw that video by the Chinese YouTuber. I saw that video. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good video in terms of like their how they tested, how they got like mobile and docked results.
但是我们的节奏呢，太快了，太匆忙了，很多有意思的点并没有完全充分的展示给我们的旅行者。那同时，这其实也是一个很普遍的创作误区，创作者有的时候会忘记自己和玩家的信息量其实是不对的。
Well, okay, hold on. The reason why they're having to do this is a challenge that any game that becomes a long-running live service game, like Genshin Impact, is going to run into this problem. Final Fantasy XIV has the exact same problem. And this is the sort of problem that makes it so that the game has a hard time getting new players. Because can you imagine starting Final Fantasy XIV as a brand new player in 2025 and you have no idea like how much story you have to go through just to be able to get into the Arcadian raids. Like if you want to do endgame raiding in Final Fantasy XIV and you've never played the game before and you have to start at level 1 and go all the way to level 100, can you imagine like how many hours that's going to take? Like even if you skip every single cutscene, which is highly not recommended, but even if someone were to do that, it would still take them probably like 3 days or more, maybe a week. And then on top of that, then they have to gear their character for the raid, which means they have to gear their character for all the different level ranges too. So it's like, yeah, it's a problem with the wrong terminology is power creep. The problem is not power creep. The problem is just the game has gotten old and it's hard to attract new players because it becomes more daunting because the mountain has gotten taller and taller and taller. So to climb that mountain is going to take a much greater effort than when the game was brand new. This is a problem that Genshin's running into, and that's basically what these guys are addressing.
那一旦在不知不觉间忽视了玩家的视角，忘记了玩家所看到的内容。
Because I'll be honest, like I can't imagine, like, and this is why I rarely recommend these type of games to somebody as a new player. Like if someone wanted to get into Genshin now, like I don't know how I would recommend it to them because it's like they have to go through Act 1, 2, they gotta go through Prologue, they gotta go through Liyue, they gotta go through Inazuma, all that stuff. You gotta go through all the Sumeru, the desert, the Fontaine, the Natland. You gotta go through all of that. On top of that, there are so many characters. There's just so many characters. It's like you're never going to feel like it's worth the time because you got to spend so much time getting all the characters. And even if you're a long-time player that has been playing the game since the beginning of the game, like let's go back to the Genshin Impact real quick. So even in the Genshin Impact, like look, I've been playing the game since, where is this Venti? Where is this Venti? joined the party on, look at that, joined party on October 16th, 2020. The Venti joined. Diluc, October 14th. Is that the same day? Okay, no, actually, hold on. What was the first date? Noel? So I started playing Genshin Impact October 14th, 2020. See that? That's the very, very beginning. The very beginning of the game. And even someone like me, I don't even have all the characters. So it's like, for real. Your first day is Amber. Oh, you got a point there. Where's Amber? October 13th. October 13th, 2020. That was the first day of the Genshin Impact for me. So, and I don't have all the characters. You can see there's a whole bunch of cavities. You got a bunch of missing teeth right here. Look at this. Navia. Oh, look. Navia was the first character on the list of cavities. I don't have her. Oh, but she's on the banner right now. Now's your chance. I don't even know who this is. I don't know who this is. I remember her from the story. I don't have this character. I don't have her. She was like the last Fontaine character before the Natlan. Then Kanish. Then Shilonen. She was on rerun. I completely skipped her the second time. Then the gun girl that flies in the air. You know, I don't have her either. So, and then as soon as she showed up, I quit the game and run away from the game. So it's like, so I missed out on all these people. So you see what I'm saying? You managed to bring a tooth. Yeah, I know, right? Like, for real. For real. I mean, this is, look at all these cavities. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 characters. I'm missing 11 characters in this game. Like, that is, I guess all things considered, that's not really substantial. So, you know, whatever. This guy's available. I don't care. Navia is on rerun for the third time or whatever. I don't know if I should even bother rolling on this character or not. You know, like, back when everybody rolled on Shilonen, I go and get Chiori on the rerun. So it's like, that's how I have her. These two, I got them back in January when they were both on rerun. And then I quit the game. So it's like, I quit. You know, like, Natlan shows up. Mualani was the first banner. Get her, and then quit the game. So that's why I don't have him. That's why I don't have her. That's why I don't have her. Then the Fire Archon comes in. I'm like, okay, well, I have to have the Archons. So we're going to get her. So that's why I have her. And then it's like, then run away, quit the game again. But see, that's how it is for gacha games. These, or I guess live service games have this problem where the player base is going to always be missing out on some amount of content. Like, you're either going to be missing a bunch of characters, or you're just not going to have 5-star weapons. Like, I don't have the 5-star weapons, except for, like, a couple of Skyward weapons, so, which you get from the permanent banner. So, you know, like, that's basically how it works. So, yeah. The secret is, buy the Welkin. If you're going to log in every day, you should be buying the Welkin, because that's basically, treat it like an MMO subscription. You literally treat the game like an MMO subscription-based game. And that is how you get all these characters over a long period of time. So it's called the law of large numbers. It is a mathematical proof that proves how to do that. So, yeah, buy Welkin and occasionally buy Battle Pass. That's basically how I've always operated. And it's worked out, because eventually, like, if you buy enough Battle Passes and Welkins, you'll get enough of that premium currency stuff that you can save up for, like, one of the character's costumes. That's how I have, like, the Hu Tao costume, for example. And the Ayaka costume. That's how I have these. Because it's like, you buy Welkin plus Battle Pass, multiple times, you're going to accumulate the premium currency. You can use that premium currency to buy the character costumes. You don't waste it on other things. See, so there are kind of like policies in place for someone who, I don't consider myself 100% free to play. Now, technically, I am free to play right now because I don't have, like, I didn't buy the Battle Pass this time, and I'm probably not going to. But if you buy Battle Pass and if you pay for Welkin, you basically get like double the amount of pulls compared to free to play. And that goes a long way in building up a large character collection. And you never get constellations. Never, ever, ever get constellations. So you never roll on a character that you already have. Like, that is rule number 1. And then you also never, ever, ever look for 5-star character-specific weapons. All you gotta do is get your free 5-star, we'll call them free 5 stars, from the standard banner. Because as you waste your wishes on standard banner pulls, you will eventually get some 5-star weapons. As you can see here, the other secret rule... Well, I mean, this is personal preference, but I never refine 5-star weapons. I keep them at refinement rank 1. Therefore, I can distribute them to multiple characters. So that is kind of like my pro tip. It's like, refine the gacha weapons, like the 4-star weapons. Yeah, these, the limited ones, always get the limited ones if you're actively playing. Like these, for example. And then Battle Pass weapons. See, like, I have rank 3 Viridescent Hunt because I have, like, literally... This proves that I bought the Battle Pass 3 times and have 3 Viridescent Hunts. So, that is how to do it.
Isn't there anything else more interesting?
But I feel like that methodology is what allows me to play this game over a long period of time, on and off, and have a relatively positive experience with this type of game. Because I know a lot of people that will never play Genshin Impact because of the whole gacha thing, and they're just like, that is very off-putting to them. And I totally understand that. But the approach that I use, I think, is a very rational approach. It's like, ignore 5-star weapons, ignore constellations, pretend like neither one of those things exist, roll only for the characters, meaning you only roll on the limited character banners. You'll only ever roll on this banner when you accumulate a bunch of wishes or when you feel like you want to do... Like, currently, I've got like 50 pulls on the standard banner just kind of sitting there waiting to go. So, you know, that's because I rarely ever pull on this. But this is basically where I get my 5-star Skyward weapons from. So... yeah, Welkin alone gives 20 in 1 month. It's more like, yeah, it's like 20 direct, but it's more like 30 actually. It's like if you combine Welkin with daily, so like the 90 plus your, you know, this stuff. So it's like 90 plus 40. Right, like it's 150. That's like 150 per day. For just logging in, doing these things that take like less than 5 minutes. And then you just get your Welkin 90 Primo Gems. So it's like 150. That's almost 1 wish a day. So it's kind of like, it's almost like 30 pulls in addition to all the other ones that you get from the Primos and the limited time events. But that also assumes that you're actively playing the game every day. At least, like, you're logging in and you're keeping up with the game. But I've gotten to the point where I just take these super long breaks from this game. Like, I haven't played this game since February. Welcome plus dailies is like... Yeah, no, yeah, someone did the math. It's like about 30 wishes. So, yeah. You can imagine you can accumulate a lot that way. That's how to do it, and then it's like you just keep playing year after year, and eventually you'll just have a giant collection. You're still gonna be missing like you're still gonna be missing stuff though. But it's like if you can come to terms with the fact that the 5-star weapons don't exist and neither do constellations, I don't know. I think you're kind of set up for success in this game. Like, because I'm not actively playing the game, like, I haven't, like, built for the current meta. And the only thing, really, that matters in the, I guess we'll say meta, if you can even say there is a meta. Well, there's this thing, which I haven't done in a long time. The theater lobby. And then there's also the Spiral Abyss. So, Spiral Abyss, I did through floor 11, chamber 3. And that's with my ragtag whatever characters. And I could still get 25 stars, barely even trying. And and guys, I mean, that's with, like, that's with 5 stars that are only level 80. And nothing's best in slot, and the artifacts are only plus 16. And none of the artifacts are best in slot. And I'm able to clear through floor 11... level 3 of that. So, I mean, I don't even bother with stage 12, because stage 12, like, I'm only going to get, like, 1 star or 0 stars or whatever, because my time will be terrible on it. But it's like, you know, for not having anything best in slot, never farming artifacts, and having none of the best in slot 5-star weapons, you can still clear Spiral Abyss floor 11. No problem. And that's also with characters that aren't even like max level. See what I'm saying? So this game is pretty approachable. This game is pretty approachable. Because you guys can see, like, my artifacts are basically, you know, like, look, I got 4-star artifacts on some of these characters. And I can clear a Spiral Abyss, man. I'm not floor 12. I can't, like, 3-star floor 12. But who cares, man? That's like, what? 150, 200 Primo Gems? So what? It's like... I don't think I have any... Okay, I think I have some plus 20. Okay, I've got like 1. It's like, I've got 1, man. Look at this. Check this out. Hold on, what do these characters even have on them? What does Farina even have? Farina has this. Gust of Nostalgia. HP, crit damage, crit rate, HP. She has crit rate, energy recharge, crit damage, attack. She has an attack sans with crit damage, HP, attack, HP. And then, like, look at this. Like, what is this? Look at that. HP circlet. With HP, EM, defense. Like, this is great, man. Check this out. Check this out. Look at this dude. Look at Nuvale. Look at what this guy got. Look at what the dragon's wearing. Crit damage with these substats on a Wanderer's Trope. Hydro damage with these substats. HP sans. It's a Gladiator finale sans. Look, the only reason why it's level 17 is because of the bonus. You know how sometimes when you level up artifacts, you get like a bonus multiplier and it like makes it skip a couple levels? That's the only reason why this is level 17. Because I always do the bare minimum effort. Bare minimum effort when it comes to artifacts. See, check this out. Look at this. Look at this boy's artifacts, man. Look at this. This is the dragon. Look at this sacrificial jade. Battle pass weapon. Refinement rank 1. Level 90. This is called low effort. This is called low effort. Who cares? Constellations are... There's no reason. It's like absolutely pointless. And then we got the new girl. What does she got? Skyward Spine. Because it's like the best polearm that I've got. And it isn't even max level. Look at that. Artifacts. Gladiator's Finality. What do we got here? We got crit damage, crit rate. We got crit damage, crit rate. Crit damage, crit rate with a bunch of HP on an attack. Cryo damage with a bunch of random garbage stats. Then we've got crit rate You know the reason why I have so many Gladiator and Wander's Trope? You guys know why? I'll tell you why. It's because every time I'm leveling my characters, I naturally get them. I naturally get them out of the necessity of leveling up my characters. So almost every single one of my characters, depending on the weapon they use, they're either wearing 4-piece Gladiator or 4-piece Wander's Trope. That is called low effort. That's called low effort. And the reality is because of the law of large numbers, my best artifacts with the best substats are either a Gladiator set or a Wander's Trope. It's because, again, the law of large numbers. Like, look at this. Like, all these guys, every one of them are using either Wander's Trope or Gladiator. Now, there are a few exceptions. There are some characters where I really, really wanted to build them properly. Like, okay, check this out. Xiao. Xiao is actually built correctly. He even had... Oh, well, he doesn't have that, but he did. But basically, here's an example of where I tried to build a character the way they're supposed to be played. See, check this out. So this guy is a plus 20, plus 20, plus 20, plus 20 Anemo, plus 20 critical damage. But the substats are utter garbage. So that's the thing. Well, some of them they're okay, but like some of these, the substats are terrible. This one's actually not that bad. But you get what I'm saying? Like, when I try to build them with their quote-unquote best-in-slot artifact set, I don't care too much about the substats. I just want them to have the set bonus, like this stuff, the 2-piece, the 4-piece. That's basically how I build the characters. So, wait, why does she have... She was another one. These are the two characters that I attempted to build to be as powerful as possible. That's why they're both level 88. Because they're actually level 88. They're not level 90, but they're level 88. You know, so some of them, like, okay, Eula's using this thing, which I think is from the Snow Mountain. And then she's got Pale Flame. So look at that, plus 16. Plus 16, nothing's maxed out. Physical damage bonus. I guess this is good. I don't know. Like, you guys tell me. And then, okay. Nahida, like, I don't even know. Oh, Flower of Paradise Lost and Wander's Trope. Why? Because of Elemental Mastery plus 80 and Elemental Mastery plus 80. And she is using the Wid Sith, but it's level 1. Yeah, level 1 Wid Sith. That's great stuff right there. Then we got this dude. Somebody took his stuff. So he's got, I don't know why he has the stringless, but he's got the stringless. Oh, I know why. Because Fischl took his Skyward Harp. That's why. Then we got Hu Tao with this Lithic Spear. Because I always run her in the Liyue party. Crimson Witch of Flames. Not even maxed out. There's even a 4-star artifact on her. And then we have her with Thundering Fury with probably stuff that's not even... Yeah, this is like level 0. Ganyu, haven't used this character in years. Dia, I don't really know what... I think she... okay, someone took some of her artifacts. Chiori was one character that I also tried to build properly, but I don't even know if I accomplished the goal. She's got a 2 and a 2. Ito, Gladiator's Finale. Albedo, he's not even built correctly. Zhongli with Noblesse, yeah, that's good on him. And I think I gave him, yeah, this thing. It's not even leveled up all the way. Wanderer has the Wid Sith, level 90, rank 5. And he's got some desert thing that I don't even know what it's supposed to do. So, yeah, I completely forgot how to build this guy. You are like on a tight budget and you work minimal, just enough for your daily needs. Well, I mean, I used to play the game a lot, though. Like, I used to have Welkin active. I used to buy Battle Pass. You know, like, it comes and goes. Like, when Malvika came out, I bought the Battle Pass, and I was paying for Welkin for that 1 month. For the month of January, I had Welkin plus Battle Pass during that patch cycle. But then I basically, you know, quit the game again, and that's how it's been. It's like I come back, and then I quit. I come back for like a month, and then I quit. So this dude, Viridescent, and he's got his limited time FOMO weapon from the best summer event of Genshin Impact, aka Fantasia something. It matches his clothing the best. It's so good on him, too, because of the plunging style. This is so good. So good. Jean, Aquila Favonia, level 80, with, you guessed it, Gladiator's Finale. And then we got her, 2-piece Noblies, 2-piece Wanders, Sacrificial Fragments, level 90, rank 5. Then we have Chi-Chi with Sacrificial Sword, and 2-piece Maiden, 2-piece Gladiator. So, you can see Ayaka, I think she has the, yeah, she has the crafted weapon from Inazuma. And Clarin's got the Black Sword, Battle Pass weapon, rank 3. This guy's got some event weapon. What does he have on him? Gilded Dreams? Yeah. So you guys can see, like, I do try to always get the free 4 stars, assuming I'm actively playing the game. When they do the 4-star event weapons, I always try to get the 4-star event weapon and always max it out to rank 5. So I do have quite a number of the 4-star limited weapons. See, like this one. Does she have one? Oh no, she has that thing. Yeah, so see, like this guy's got a, this is a limited time weapon. That's a limited time weapon. Mappa Mare is not a limited time, that's a craftable. Royal. Oh, Wolf's Gravestone. Oh yeah, that's right. I have 2 Wolf's Gravestones. I think DeLuca's the other one. So, Wolf's Gravestone. Primordial Jade. So these are the ones that you pull off of the standard banner randomly. This was originally on Xiao. That's who took that. I was like, wait, why is Xiao not using his best in slot? So, Xiao was actually my most completed character, now that I think about it. He actually had his weapon plus his artifact set, and his artifact set was actually plus 20. So then we have a bunch of these other characters. So you can see, you know, like, okay, obviously we're not using her. But yeah, that's pretty much how I've handled the game over the years. It's pretty much, you know, get as many limited time 4-star and max out the rank on those 4-star weapons. And that's basically it. Oh, we were gonna watch this video.
其实是不完整的话，有时候就会让玩家错过其实非常有价值的内容，甚至会产生误解。所以在今年，我们想把这些线头串起来，用一种比较流畅自然的方式，把那些就好像闪光的星星重新摆到这个画布它原有的位置上面。这个就是下一年我们想要在诺德卡莱去做的事情。
Well, this is 20 minutes long. We're not going to watch the whole thing.
我们想把来自提瓦特各个角落的信息
They want to tidy up the
整合起来
story.
那最重要的前提啊，它得有一个
over here.
理想
Skip to this
情况下
part.
是你的亲戚朋友，对吧？或者是非常熟悉的网友。这个道理在诺德卡莱也是一样的。我们认为最能给旅行者带来安全感的，就是我们非常熟悉的 七风骑士团的老朋友，哪怕是只闻其名的大团长法尔加。法尔加目前正在诺德卡莱对远征中的一些发现进行调查，在即将到来的 5.6 版本，他也会有一次意外的出场。那除了光是听到名字就让人很安心的角色啊，当然也有听到名字就让人很担心的角色存在。在纳塔的魔神任务的最后，马维卡跟我们提到过，预言中的某个据点就在诺德卡莱，他们在研究跟古月遗骸有关的情报。除此之外，好像还有几位执行官也都或明或暗地参与到了诺德卡莱这场巨大的阴谋当中。
当时马维卡他还提到了一些可以使用特殊力量的诺德卡莱的居
That
民，
probably
我们
is
叫他双
where
月
the
之子。
for the
也许
where
就是
the
双月之子这个名词，它
what they call that group
大家可能不太了解，它比较有距
the
离
group
感。
that
他们有一
the
些特
Capitan and
征
those
其
guys
实很
were
类
members
似
of.
大家比较熟知的
I call them
凯
the
尔特神
Espada, but
凯尔特
that's
神
not
话
the
中
right
有一个
name.
教派叫德鲁伊教派，那这个教派是崇尚自然的，他们把天体也就是星
What they call those
星
guys?
作为自己的
Not the
神体。
Fatui,
其实
they're
大家
like
知道月亮
the
也是天体的
the
一个。那
Harbingers.
在不久前的版本活动里
Man,
面，
what
我
is
们也
that
提到
group
过
called?
这些双月之子
Was it the
的
Harbingers?
教众他们是可以使用魔法的。那另外呢，这种对月亮进行崇拜的组织，那也不是到了诺德卡莱这个版本才第一次提及。那实际上在原神之前的内容里，比如 1.2 版本的龙脊雪山啊，还有2.2 版本的破罐岛，那其实都有这样的组织存在。那在最近的纳塔版本，其实有一些世界任务也提及了相关的信息。那其实也不难猜啊，就是双月之子是一个崇拜月亮的教派。那在这片土地上，他们的立场，就是尽其所能的去庇护月亮带来的一切。那这一点呢，就会跟前来抢夺这个月之力量的愚人众之间一定会发生冲突。
在诺德卡莱本土还有其他的几个势力：福尼契商会、直登人以及狂猎。福尼契商会，顾名思义是一个从事商业活动的组织，他们的总部设置在一个叫做纳夏镇的城镇里。纳夏镇这个地方鱼龙混杂，旅行者也会在这里跟各种各样的人打交道。那其中有一个叫做密文馆的独立机构是最为特殊的，他们会接受委托处理一些难以解决或者只能隐秘解决的问题。OK， 那直登人和狂猎呢，又是另一个故事了。他们也是彼此存在冲突的势力。诺德卡莱之所以在剧情里面被称作一块自治区域，有一部分原因啊，就是这里是处在提瓦特世界的边缘的。坎瑞亚的灾变发生之后，这里也是第一批受到深渊侵蚀的区域。这里存在的深渊势力其实是非常强大的，以至于形成了一种名为狂猎的深渊灾害。狂猎这个势力或者说这个名词啊，来自于北欧的民间神话，是它的意思是说一群幽灵或者说超自然生物组成的一个大军。
Okay,
无
so
止
they're
境的
going.
在
So
野
I
外
see what's
去
going on.
追逐猎
Alright,
物
hold up.
狂猎的成员，
这个词也不是我们第一次提及啊，在 5.5 版本我们新推出了一套圣遗物，这个圣遗物的故事，讲述的就是这个组织的一些事迹。简单理解的话，他们就有点像是守卫在诺德卡莱附近的边防战士，是一支纪律很严明的兵团。
So they're
讲
like
到这里，我们
this
其
is
实
like
已经介绍了
Shadowbringers.
有
They're going to
双
the
月之
first.
子，有愚人众，
They're going to the
有
first.
福尼契商会，有直登人，还有狂
It's
猎。
gonna be like Shadowbringers.
那再加上之前情报当中提及过的，还有其他的活跃在诺德卡莱这片土地上的势力啊，那我想就是旅行者应该可以意识到，就是我们所说的这个千头万绪的这个线头也好啊，包括刚才
哪些要素？
We got some stuff
换句
going
话
on
说，
here.
就是
hold on.
从内容为文明服务到为人服务的转变。那这个思路的变化对于我们的创作来说是尤为重要的。最终我们想要达到的效果跟几年前美术表达的终极目标其实是一致的。我们希望无论是谁去到诺德卡莱，都能找到属于自己这段旅程的自由与乐趣。
你硬要问这些表达当中有没有现实原型，那当然是有的了，那对吧？那大家都知道艺术创作它从来不可能完全脱离现实。那就比如说大家谈到北欧，那北欧一定会有一个特殊的地貌，就是峡湾，对吧？那有的旅行者可能在现实当中，在挪威、在冰岛这些国家，我们亲自见过，这种壮观的景色。那还有一些旅行者，他可能是在一些经典的游戏作品里面他见过，比如说像早期的一些作品啊，比如说《魔兽世界》它曾经有过一个地区叫豪风峡湾，还有巫师三，对吧？这个可能大家耳熟能详了。它有一个地区叫史凯利杰群岛，对吧？ 那在原神当中，有一点不一样的是啊，原神它是一个基于卡通渲染和手绘风格的作品。那在这样一个表达底下，这种地貌应该怎么呈现？啊，那这件事情也是我们曾经没有做过的事情。虽然它没做过啊，虽然它很难，对吧？但是它非常有价值。
再比如刚才提到的双月之子和月人众的冲突，这个概念在美术层面的表达其实是自然和人工的碰撞和冲突，具有原始气息、浑然天成的景色，如何与富有雕琢感和科技感的内容去共存呢？
I mean, this is true
这
for
样的
like
理念并
anyone
非没有
making
先
a
例
video
啊，
game.
地平线、异度之刃、最终幻想
Oh,
的
do they show
设备性能不
the
够，
stuff?
那现在够不够呢？够的话就放呗。
Wait, was he talking about how the game is gonna get like a? Was he saying the graphics are gonna improve?
那比如说，具有
Hold on.
具有惯性的思维镣铐。那比如说，
You can't put characters into the open world.
不能放角色，为什么？前几年用户的设备性能不够，那
See, it's because of VRAM and system RAM and the CPU power and all that stuff on phones. Typically on phones. Because most desktop computers can run this game, no problem. But unless you're playing a game at 4K, then you need something like a 9070 or a 4070 or something. But like this game, now over the years, so okay, I see what he's saying.
现在够不够呢？够的话就放呗。
They're doing this. It's like Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 did this too. Like it started. Final Fantasy 14 could run on a PlayStation 3. The current version of Final Fantasy 14 cannot run on a PlayStation 3. So yeah, over time with the technology,
就是我们前段时间可以在大世界
with computer upgrades, now they can achieve their original like things that they only dreamed of being able to do in the past.
传统的模式里吗？当然不是，对吧？只要故事讲得好，只要角色塑造得当，只要玩家看得爽，后日谈、活动剧情、世界任务，有什么样的形式是不能做的呢？ 所以在《空月之歌》的版本前期，我们先尝试用超规格的主线，承担了角色们的主要塑造工作，而原本的那种祖宗之法不可变的传说任务、邀约任务的内容，我们尝试用更加润物细无声的做法，自然地融入到这个世界的探索和交互里，用内容去替代台词，用反馈去替代叙事。 把体验做活、做宽，做到更加生动。
你比如说，直登人跟狂猎，对吧？他们是对手，那对手之间会不会有一些特殊的互动？比如刚才讲纳夏镇的灭文馆，那灭文馆
Okay, I mean that's good.
情报
So
收
they're
集的
gonna
工作很
bridge
有
the
一套。
story a bit.
那这个情报收集工作有我们的小伙伴们，当然还有一起陪伴我们这么多年来一直信任
See,
我们。
this game is so big, man. Like people who don't play Genshin Impact, they don't actually know how big this franchise is. Like this franchise, in China alone, Genshin Impact is probably more well known. Well, yeah, it probably is more well known than the Final Fantasy name. I wouldn't be surprised.
愿意跟我们一起进步、愿意跟我们一起成长的每一位玩家，
就和诺德卡莱的设计思路是一样的。人才是永恒的主题，人才是前进的原动力。只要我们团队的小伙伴还在坚持做好的东西，做难的东西，做别人没有做过的东西，那这个优势就不会轻易的丧失掉。这就是原神以及整个米哈游所坚持的 something new, something exciting, something out of imagination。我们有信心，也必然可以。
Yeah, well, you know, these guys know what to do. Like the thing is, the team that's working on Genshin Impact, they represent some of the best of like AAA game development. So it's like I think that they're gonna do a good job. Like they've pretty much established themselves already in my mind as a competent developer. Now, yeah. So I think in general, they're not doing Snezhnaya this coming year in 2025, which is interesting. I think that part of this is they're doing the whole like I said, it feels like the Battle City Noah sub arc / Shadowbringers go to another world type thing. But I don't know how they're gonna do that because I think Nod Cry should be a region, not a separate world. So that kind of makes me wonder where. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, where is this Nod Cry gonna be? It's probably gonna be up above Mondstadt, if I had to guess. But you're saying start the quest line? This one? Wait. Lion's Blood? Do I have to do this one? Wait. Oh, here it is. Wait, Nahida. This is what I gotta do? I gotta do Nahida's thing first? I don't think I can do the Archon quest. I gotta do this one first. Hold on. How do I check that? I think I have to do this. Or can I just go to Mondstadt and do it? And skip this one? I may have to do this one first. Is this Archon? Archon quest, I gotta do this first. Oh boy. Haven't been in Sumeru in a while. Need to get some of that chicken 65. Oh boy, here we go.
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
No, I want... Wait, what? Isn't there anything I can do?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone.
Hold on a second. From May 27th to June 27th, looks like Raiden Shogun and Kanish banner reruns. Which means I don't have to play this game until July. It's like I don't have to play the game until July. But I get what you're saying. I need to save up the Primo gems. Oh boy.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible. Right. You can't just rewrite history. It's like, imagine...
Do I have to skip all of her dialogue? Yeah, great example, Vaimon. Uh-oh.
Sorry. Paimon accidentally, but
The Balladeer. Oh, is this the story of the Wanderer? This is like Ubu from Dragon Ball GT. Come on, man. We ain't got time for this. We gotta go meet Dainsleif and go get an ice cream.
Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But
What if I don't want to go to sleep?
all right, Paimon will start.
Yeah. Skewers? Okay. Oh.
Paimon
Mm-hmm. What is up with this? Paimon? Is that a food? Whoa. Huh? How did he have that ability? And how does the Traveler know that?
What's wrong? Your eyes are like
How does he have the ability to see through all of it?
something so the Balladeer.
He has clairvoyance. Uh-oh, they're stuck in one of those things again. It's like that time in Inazuma.
Is everything okay?
Let's get over there. So I have a feeling I have to do this first. I can't just... Can I just skip this and go to... Can I just skip all of this and go straight to Mondstadt? Let's find out. If I have to do the Nahida thing, I'm just gonna have to do this some other time. We need to switch games. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go to pick up the Mondstadt quest. Is it over there? No. Are we going to Nod Cry? Yeah, I think I have to do the Sumeru thing first. I feel like by going with cel-shaded graphics, this game will have a timeless look that scales pretty well with console generations. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I have to do the thing. I can't get past the Nahida quest line. Yeah, we gotta do this. Inazuma, wait, what? A Dance of Destruction? Why is it all the way down there? We gotta go all the way down here. I haven't been here in like 3 years. Dude, I have not been in Inazuma in so long. That's not true. I had to go here for Chiori. Because I think I got Chiori on the Shilonen first banner last year.
Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Forging the clans stuff, swordsmithing.
But fortunately, Kaede Harakazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden. If my memory
Wait a minute. How was I able to do all of the Natlan without doing this? I guess the interlude storylines are completely separate from the nation-based.
That, in fact, he told me that there is no harm in.
Man, I don't know. I think we kind of have to skip through a lot of this.
So I'm told. There was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation, knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives. The smith's death in his heart.
Mr.
Powerless,
Niwa.
Alas. Finally, in his fury, but when he came...
Man, oh... The Balladeer. This is basically the storyline of what's his name, the Wanderer. Yeah, I know where this is going. Wait, so this is basically his storyline? Oh, it's way over here.
Traveler, it's been a while. If you're looking for the commissioner and Miss Kamisato,
This guy's voice does not match the body.
Timing.
Are they out on business?
Doesn't match the character at all.
The commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the commissioner's place.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else,
We'll be heading in.
Okay.
Hello, dears. Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed.
They're always in
As for the
meetings.
commission-
So pretty much business as usual on the
They're always in meetings.
Very much so.
They're stuck in middle management. So, Ayaka and her brother are literally always in meetings.
Very welcome.
Your grandma voiced this character?
I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often.
Furuta?
But I'm sure
Furuta?
you must be far too busy.
Your grandma
to
voiced
have time for
Furuta?
that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you.
I thought she was gonna say take a turn for the worse.
So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
Oh, I'm flattered.
I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and
Make this louder.
listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance.
The
to
commissioner's
take
always
his
stuck in
meals
meetings
home.
too.
But
You can never get a hold of any of these people. You gotta schedule the meeting.
To dine here.
You gotta schedule a meeting like
It's because
3 months in
Toma's a
advance, man.
much better
They're always in
chef than
meetings.
most.
What are these meetings even for,
Commissioner
though?
is
Like,
so fond of home comforts. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know.
this is going to amount to like a 10-minute dialogue.
Fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato.
Man, because of all the dialogue, so much for
enjoys
Expedition
them
33.
as well.
We're gonna be stuck listening to this for the next
Whole
20 minutes.
family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and
This is very important
experiences
story.
they've had.
This is very important story bits right here.
Always get a mention.
How Kamisato's always in meetings.
Many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted
This
to
is
have
the Archon
pleasure
quest.
of your company. Wonderful.
Paimon likes it here too. Paimon's
No,
itching to
Paimon, be
try it.
quiet.
Of course.
All right, goodbye for now. We're great. Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry.
All right then.
Okay, no, this is the Archon
Are you
quest.
two leaving already?
Yep. Everything.
Very well.
Yeah, see, check it out. Look, check it out. Right here. Inversion of Genesis, Interlude Chapter, Act 3. A Dance of Destruction. I mean, isn't this this is the Archon quest. So apparently it's pretty long. We gotta go all the way to Inazuma. It started in Sumeru. Man, I wasn't expecting it to be like this far out. The thing is, I have a feeling I haven't kept up with this, and that's why.
Well, here we are.
Do my eyes
It's
deceive
Xavier.
me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier, what are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought
We got stuck talking to Grandma for like 10 minutes.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand. Not only that.
No, we don't need to hear Xavier.
Whose families used to live. Oh, well,
It's a long story. I don't want to hear the story right now. The grandma already told us how they're all stuck in meetings.
Just that they say he was.
So, a mechanic, huh? The doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier?
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't realize you two were here.
Me neither.
What brought this on? Did you? Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the Kabukimono connected to the Tatarasuna?
Kabukimono? I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who, all put sadly...
Okay, well... The Kabukimono. The Balladeer really managed to erase himself from the history.
Of course! Oh, you're most
Oh,
farewell.
that's the only reason why we're here. We're here because Balladeer, the character, originated from this region.
Sure.
So that means we're done with this place. We're going back to the Sumeru. Are we going back to Nahida? Echoes of History. I completed it. Yeah, see, the problem with this game is its muscle memory. You see this stuff and you immediately go and grab it. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Breezy, run away. Elden Ring style. Grab all the loot and run. Run past everything. Oh, apparently I have these. Okay.
I'd take it if I were you.
Oh.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Okay. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Oh. Back to Sumeru. I think we're gonna probably be stuck on this for like an hour or more, so we probably are not going to keep playing this for now. I'll have to do this like off stream just to get caught up to the current one. Because this is just gonna be a lot of like back and forth
it's them.
in the Sumeru. Unless this is not that much longer. I have a feeling this is fairly long though.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still
Just to
here?
get caught up.
Indeed we are.
We have time.
It's the same topic we discussed last time.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh?
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress. Huh? Oh,
Oh, what is this? So basically, there's an area. And it sounds kind of like the Enkanomiya place, sort of. But it's about the Balladeer. The Hidden Tales. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai. Oh, you don't want to go messing with yokai. No, no, no. Who are so very characteristic of Inazuma. However, mention the world outsider, it should be known the appearance of such a character who is suspected to be based on a real person is a very curious case. A foreign mechanic you once visited This sounds like the story of Fatal Frame. Judging from the era, it was not uncommon to see cross-cultural exchange of technical knowledge in places like the Tatarasuna. After traveling across the tides, foreign experts, yeah. Okay, the army officer Niwa, the vice armory officer Miyazaki, the inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa, subordinate Katsuragi, the mechanic Long Have I delved through many texts. It's basically the story of the Mines of Moria in Lord of the Rings. Oh, and there's another one, the Isle of the Darkling Clouds. The Darkling? Like, what is this? Shadow and Bone? What's going on here? Miyazaki? What is this? Like a rough draft of like Elden Ring 3 or something? It's like, what did you guys write? Like, the content has changed. Do we have to go to Irminsul? The brief analysis. You don't want to see the in-depth one? Yeah, I know. It's a masterpiece.
Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma.
It's like, remember how last time Akaba was saying, yeah, sure, I remember. Yeah. Back in 2023, yeah.
Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Wow. So many new details.
So many details.
So much.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't...
And they're back at it.
Okay.
So,
you're welcome.
Keep us in the loop.
Will do.
Okay. Now who do we go to talk to next? Oh, we gotta go find Nahida. We gotta go into this thing. Here we go. We're in a special place. It looked like we were going to a treehouse, but apparently went into an entire another dimension with infinite space. Wow.
Nahida, we're here! Traveler, Paimon, how have you been? Ugh, where to start?
Well, the last time we were here was like 2023.
That night, we ended up chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then he decided he wanted to go
I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
They could probably repackage this as a visual novel.
You look troubled.
And make even more money.
Is there something you need to tell me?
Well, they could make it like an entire manga, if that's what you mean. I can't imagine playing this game if it was just a bunch of dialogue like this. Like, it's like you're cutting out the entire essence of the game. Like, the entire combat system, the exploration, everything, all that, the music.
So upset.
You're basically removing like 85% of the entire game. If you turn it into a visual novel. Wait, there was once one named the Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tatarasuna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength, then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Irminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change
People
the
play this for the story.
But
I think the overall, like the different nations, the narratives as you go to the different nations. But this is basically like more backstory on a certain character, but it's technically Archon quest. This is basically off-season. This is off-season Genshin. You know how I always talk about how Final Fantasy has their on-season, in-season, off-season, or in-season, out-season? This is the out-season quest line. What do I mean by that? So basically, when they do their big update, They typically have Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, sometimes Act 4 and Act 5. And that in itself is the main, like, what I call in-season story. So that's when you go to a brand new nation, you have to explore the whole new area, all these new characters, all the new banners, everything new. That's in season. Then they do like after that they do this type of content, which is like off season. So it's like this is the stuff that's like they put this in the story, they put this in the game when they're preparing to update the game with the next new big update with a new area, new characters, new everything. So this is basically the off-season stuff.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he
This was content that I think was new in like
based on the information
the first half of 2023. So we're watching like cutscenes that are supposed to be from 2 years ago. See? I'm pretty sure this content that we're watching is stuff that I should have done in 2023. Because Sumeru was basically when I started this YouTube channel as a tech channel, which would have been like when Zen 4 and the Raptor Lake 13900K came out, and the 4090 and the Intel Arc A770. That was when Sumeru was new. Then we went into 2023 and the off season of Sumeru happened, which is basically what we're witnessing right now. Then they did the summer event, and then Fontaine came out in August of 2023. So yeah. So this is off-season Genshin, Sumeru arc.
Something else worrying you?
I mean, some of this stuff is important story beats, like some of it, but I mean, I don't know. Like I kind of like the in-season storylines better. I think it has more impact than the off-season.
It couldn't change the fate.
But people are telling me like the story's really, really good right now, so that means the technically off-season Natland is probably really, really good.
Once the balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense, every part of it. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but...
Yeah, but see, this means that we're gonna be in this for a long time because we're doing 2023 content right now. Next, we have to do 2024 content, and then we'll be doing 2025, which is the Mondstadt stuff. Yeah, this is off-season Sumeru.
I want to check...
Like I said, it's like 2023. I gotta get through this 2023 stuff to do the 2024 stuff, and then we could do the 2025 stuff, which is the Mondstadt stuff.
What is it? A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Because I remember seeing these quest lines in my backlog when I was doing like Fontaine's story.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
Which means there's gonna be some Dainsleif in here at some point, I expect. I expect to see some Dainsleif show up.
Wrote a fairy tale? That somehow has something to do with the balladeer?
She wrote a
When
fairy
combined
tale?
with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
So they're all in a simulation. The whole thing that she wrote is a simulation.
Yes. Any information
Whoa, I just made a realization. Hold up. Nahida wrote a whole simulation world. She wrote a virtual world. Well, guess what? The family in Expedition 33 painted a world. So she wrote a world. That means that she is one of the writers that fights against the family in Expedition 33. Whoa, dude. Wait a minute. Expedition 33 and Genshin Impact storylines are vaguely connected.
Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup.
She's a writer. She's one of the writers. Just like Clea is one of the painters and Renoir is one of the painters.
And sending
Dude.
the traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer.
Who would have thought Nahida was one of the writers? What? You never even get to see any of the writers in that game.
This story is abstract enough.
It was her. It was one of the Archons all along.
But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges
That's
is the
lame.
one he
That
told us.
Clea can't beat Nahida. That would be like if Aragorn beat up Gandalf. Like, you can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox.
This sounds like something out of Black Myth Wukong. This sounds like a Black Myth Wukong spin-off.
Yet when the other foxes saw
It sounds like a fable from Journey to the
words
West.
of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this
Hold
happy
up, Natland finale. That means that's gonna be in
lit a fire
July?
on the mountain. The terrified
Next
animals
patch is
panicked
like
as the fire
June
spread.
27th, right?
Only way to
Or no,
extinguish
hold
the
on a
flames
second.
was
Wait
to
a minute.
make
No,
sacrifice.
the middle of June?
A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it.
Whoa, that sounds
The
pretty
gray
dark.
fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless.
This sounds
and
very
pure.
dark. I was not expecting it to go that way.
The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived.
Wait, hold up. Is Skirt coming out on June
And found a
17th?
little bird who had a broken wing.
Is Skirt coming out on June 17th?
The two promised they would spend their whole lives together. But the little bird did not have long
Android?
left to live.
Sounds like she's talking to a
passed
$20
away
walkie-
soon
a walkie-talkie.
After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature.
A walkie-talkie, what?
Of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight.
Huh?
If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once...
Okay, I know what this is going. This is basically an allegory to the Balladeer. Yeah, I know.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with.
Whoa, dude, he couldn't die. Because he was a puppet. That sounds like you-know-who in Expedition 33.
Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use.
The writers and the painters have very similar story
Inside
styles.
one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful,
Who are the Descenders?
he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail. That Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It feels like life is as insignificant as a feather.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around.
What was the point of that dialogue option? Then Paimon just keeps on yapping away as though it's like, yeah, okay.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even
Man, this is similar to a certain character in Expedition 33.
Guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
That game's Act 3 is so different from Act 1.
Pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea.
You got it.
Okay,
Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar.
let's go get a snack.
Lift our spirits.
There's a few things I'd like to look into.
Okay, so she doesn't have any special information.
It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But
Well, all I know is I have all these cryo people prepared for the Snezhnaya, which apparently is not even a thing this year, so there was no point in building up this Freeze team, because I got Freeze. I got Mr. Freeze right here. We have the chef. We have the water. We have the water dragon himself prepared. And we have Forina. So I got all of them. Skirk is a cryo. Oh. Well, we know who she's gonna be replacing. I wonder who she'll be replacing from my motley crew. Wait, new element? Wait, what? A new element? Wait, what? They're adding another element like when they added Dendro? See, that's what made Sumeru so special. Sumeru was unique because it added Dendro. It was the true. Where am I supposed to go? Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Where am I supposed to go? Oh boy. Sumeru is when the game's people start discovering this game's music, like on a wide scale, because it was like so crazy. It was so crazy good. He ran so fast that gold took forever to catch up. Then Mora took forever to catch up to him. Meta's totally changing. New Abyss is coming in, which is... Wait, wait, what? They're finally doing things that people have been asking for literally forever? Since, like, Sumeru? Are you serious? Hold on. How many of these do I have? Oh, we almost have enough. Sumeru? I just realized something. I can level up her talents, right? Oh, yeah. We can level up her talent. Level this up. And again. And then level this up. And then I guess level this up, I guess. I don't know. Well, whatever. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. I need 7. Since we're here... Meta is totally changing. New Abyss coming, which is co-op. Meta changing cryo, so they got great. Yeah, well, see, here's the thing with the cryos. Cryo was an element that has been largely kind of overlooked for a long time. Basically, since Sumeru. Speaking of Sumeru, because cryo doesn't do anything to react with Dendro. But there was another element that also doesn't react with Dendro, and that was Geo. And also, now that I'm thinking about it, Anemo. Anemo also didn't react with Dendro. So for a long time, like when Genshin Impact first came out, I think the main meta was Pyro. Pyro, Superconduct. So basically, like... when I think of the Genshin Impact from, like, back in the day, I think of it like... Hold up, let's look at this for a second. So, early Genshin Impact, like 1.0 Genshin Impact, was... it was like a Pyro meta. You had Pyro, you had Zhongli in, like, every group. You had Chi-Chi for Melt. And you, as your healer, and you were probably doing some kind of like overload or superconduct style. Like that's what I remember early Genshin Impact. Then you went to Inazuma. Inazuma, it changed. It became basically, why do we have, what is this? Like why are there 2? Oh no, that's those people. Hold on, we had... I don't even know why these people are here. Hold on, so the meta became... I remember when the game literally was... Inazuma. It was... where's... what's her name? Raiden Shogun. But it was really this guy. This guy changed... the whole thing. You put him in and every group could clear Spiral Abyss, floor 12. You just throw him in and he just turns your random scrub group into a top tier DPS group. Like it was so easy. You put him, and then what's her name? Where is she? Then you got her. These 2 units came out and basically it was like, oh, the game is like super easy now. For endgame content. Then you had like Raiden Shogun in the game. And you had Yoimiya, which didn't really do anything. Kokomi was the most broken healer. You had basically Inazuma people, which were like the new meta. Then when Sumeru came out, Cryo basically disappeared immediately. Because, I mean, okay, that's not necessarily true. But for most people, Cryo took a back seat. And Electro replaced Pyro as the top damage dealing. And also Hydro was really, really strong. Because I remember, like, Dendro being able to do spread and aggravate was really, really strong. All I remember is that Dendro turned Electro into the premier DPS element. And I mean, you could still have him in there for shred, and he was like still really good. But Anemo and Dendro didn't react, so it's like you kind of... It's kind of weird, because it's like it would kind of... You'd have to take some more strategy into how your reactions work, because it's like you kind of wanted to aggravate or spread, and you didn't necessarily need the swirl effect that Anemo was doing. So it's like Anemo still saw a lot of play during the time of Dendro, but it wasn't as common, and it wasn't absolutely necessary. Cryo was the element that really kind of like vanished. And Pyro, a lot of people didn't like Pyro during the Sumeru arc, because Burn was never the premier damage style in terms of reaction damage, but it was still good. Like, Burn was not the best, but it was not terrible. You know, Burn is basically... Pyro in the Sumeru arc is like Intel Core Ultra CPUs. They're not terrible, they're not the best, but they're just kind of there. So it's like, yeah, you can use them, but they're not like top tier or anything. That's kind of Pyro during the Sumeru arc. But I think later on, toward the end of Sumeru, like, Pyro started getting some huge power spikes. Because I remember when they came out with, like, what's his name? Lenny. This dude changed. Like, this dude felt like, whoa, they just power crap Pyro so much. Because he had those big, chunky numbers on his ult. And it was super easy for free-to-play people who pulled him to get the really big Pyro numbers. So it's like, you could, like, Burn, Burgeon, all that stuff became really, really valuable. When Fontaine, like, first came out, like, Fontaine, Pyro, it sounded so weird because Fontaine was the nation of water, yet Pyro was, like, the best build for a lot of people in the early part of Fontaine, until you-know-who got added to the game. The dynamic duo. You got water and water. You got these two. These two changed the meta into like a hydro meta, basically. So it shifted from like Dendro specific with like aggravate and spread, or the burn build with Lenny and Nahida and stuff. It kind of completely shifted away from Sumeru. It was like literally when Farina was added to the game, and if people had Nouvelle, man, you wanted to clear Spiral Abyss, just get Nouvelle, and you can literally just clear the entire Spiral Abyss. It was so easy. It was so easy. It's just Super Soaker. You would just Super Soaker the whole thing, and that's all you had to do. Now, I noticed with Riesli came out, and like he came out before Farina, if I remember, and a lot of people overlooked him. I think in the current setup, like he can be pretty good. But I still think, like, Nouvelle is still, like, way easier to deal damage with. But this guy can be pretty good. But with Natlan, things are completely different right now. So I have no idea, because I haven't played the game in, like, 3 months. So I don't know, like, what... Like, you guys tell me. Like, what do people use? Like, do people, like, clear with Burn? Like, is Pyro, like, the best right now? Like, are people doing, instead of Chlorine, they would be using, what's her name? The father? Like, they just put her in? Is this what people use?
Problem,
I don't know what people do nowadays with this Genshin Impact game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. This was my... Well, okay, not counting her. But this... Hold on, I'll show you guys my group before I quit this game. Where's Fischl?
The threads of your fate lie
This
in
was my
hands.
group. I don't know if Chiori is supposed to be here or not. I can't remember. Actually, no, she wasn't here. It was, who was I using? It was that Pyro guy. This guy.
Let's get out there and make some
This was
friends.
my group before I quit the game. I did 2 Pyro, 2 Electro. I went with Fervent Flames plus High Voltage. This was what I was using right before I quit at the end of February. Ayaka. Wait, hold up. So, you're telling me Ayaka
pleasure to be working with you.
Ayaka. New girl. Wherever she is. Where are you? Right here.
Utensils at the ready.
So these two. Farina. And Kokomi?
You'd miss me.
So you're telling me this is the best group? Wait, Ayaka really? Ayaka was really good back in Izuma? Are you telling me that she's like really strong now?
My apologies.
She still has the moves. She still has her Sekiro moves. Hey, you watch out, watch out. Huh, huh, I got moves. Huh, 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 huh. Huh, 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 huh. Mona? Nah, man, Kokomi, heal them up. Heal them up. She's basically Yoda from Revenge of the Sith. She's constantly floating in the air when she fights. I call her Yoda. She's literally Yoda. She doesn't die. She never dies. She has too much HP, and she constantly heals all the time. Like, she's the... I call her the Immortal. She never dies. She can't die in Spiral Abyss. It's impossible for her to die. She's super good. As someone with no cryo character, should I pull her or Navia? Well, I mean, I'll tell you what happened with me. Because I was like, hey, Navia's around, and I still don't have her. I'm like, I'm going to do a 10 pull and see what happens. But I was like, wait a minute, this new girl. So I did the 10 pull on her, and I got her on the 10 pull. And then I was like, wait a minute, for real? Hold on, so what does she do exactly? Hold on, what is this thing? When there are 1, 2, 3, 4 hydro or cryo, Escoffier will decrease the hydro and cryo resistance of any opponents hit by her elemental skill, low temperature cooking, or her elemental burst. Low temperature cooking. Why is there a giant essay on how this works? Activates her all spectrum multi-use cooking mech in its cold storage mode and deals AoE cryo damage. Hold. Activates her all spectrum multi-use cooking off the cookery mode. What is that? Displaying her exceptional knife skills, deals AoE cryo damage and restores HP to all nearby party members based on heart attack. She's like Chi-Chi. She scales with attack. That's the reason why I gave her an attack sans. See, I gave her basically, this is the stuff. I gave her attack, cryo, and crit rate. Maybe I should give her more attack instead of a crit rate thing. Would that be better? She's just wearing the gladiator stuff. And check this out. She's using Skyward Spine so she can be a DPS. You know, if you hold the elemental skill over her, it turns into stove. You then hit with Farina E. You can cook foods without materials. Wait, what? Wait, what?
No recipe, no problem.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute.
The show begins.
What the heck? Cooked. Whoa, cooking. Huh? What did that do? What? Wait, what did it do? It created something. There's like a food item somewhere. What? I don't know what it created. It created some attack up thing. What was it? Pâté de fruit or something? Wait, it's creating food? What's going on here? Wait, what? Where's the item? I don't see the food, but it's creating some kind of food item. There's too many items in the inventory. I can't tell what's going on. This? No, I saw it. It was like a fruit thing. Oh, right here. What? Increases all party members' crit rate by 50% for 300 seconds in co-op modes. What? What? It's creating random foods? Wait, what? Wait, what? It's just generating random foods. Decreases all party members sprinting and swimming stamina by 25% for 900 seconds. What? Does this work? Does it hit? Okay, it has to be an attack. It can't be a heal. Does Ayaka's ram into it create food? A defensive one. What? Wow. She has a signature 5-star food, which is the strongest food in Genshin. Wait, what? And you can just create that randomly from this? Oh, dude, hold on a second. Kokomi can be in here and be healing them up so much. Wait, we got 2 healer characters. There's 2 healers in here. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, I just realized something. This fixes Farina's HP drain problem. You have Kokomi healing up. You have, what's her name? She has an ultimate that heals also. What? Wait, what? And she's polearm user. Wow. Okay. Does this mean that I'm never going to be able to ever collect Navia? It's just like... It's like, well, I guess Navia and what's his name, this new guy, are gonna be like on the next rotation, like another 6 to 9 month wait time, I guess, and maybe it's probably gonna get even longer. Kokogen, you'll get the 5-star. Oh wait, I gotta hold it down. Okay. Okay, here we go. Autumn Frost. Restores 42% of max HP and an additional 2,850 HP to the selected character. Oh, this is the most powerful healing food item. Oh! Gilded Hall. What? Wait, this is better than Adeptus? Huh? Oh man, wait. Okay, the difference is this is crit damage. Adeptus is crit rate. This is crit damage. Increases all party members' attack by 372. Okay, so that's equal to Delicious Adeptus Temptation. And crit damage by 24%. So this one raises the crit damage. Adeptus Temptation increases the crit rate. Still, that's very good. Wow. Wow.
So this is a day in the life of the traveler.
Wow.
I'm learning more about you all the time.
Dude. I did not know it was that she was that good. Do they explain that in the thing? Like in the, hold on, did they explain this in the character trial? I don't remember them ever talking about that. Did they do that? I guess I didn't even bother to do the hold down thing. Hold on. Tapped will follow the character. Oh, they don't talk about holding it down in here. I didn't... Yeah, because I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, I know it's in the skill description, but I'm wondering... I only read this thing when I first test the character.
No,
So hold on, put this thing up. Let this guy do his thing. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, I guess I didn't hold it down long enough. Hold on a second.
An inspired melange.
Wait, does it not do it? I'm holding it down. It's like it doesn't want you. Oh, they don't allow you to do that in the test drive because they don't want you. They don't want someone going into the test run and just farming up the items or something. Like they don't. Okay. You can't actually do it. It doesn't let me hold it down. It'll always activate as a tap. Yeah, it's not letting me do it.
Leave the wounded to me.
So in this thing, they're not letting. But look, I can attack it, but it's not building up meter. It's not gonna make any food. Interesting. It doesn't let you do it. You know what I noticed though? They're basically making it. They're making the game into a thing where you want two party members of each element. So it's like you want 2 cryo and 2 hydro.
Let me read you a verse. No, my sword.
They started this trend recently. Some of the characters that came out recently wanted only certain elements. Or they wanted one of every element.
Off to the freezer.
Wait, what? It's in cooldown for 1 week. Wait, what?
Let's keep going, team.
Wait, hold up. What? How come I was able to hold it down earlier?
An inspired melange.
It has a 1 week cooldown? Oh. So basically, she'll keep making them until it gets to the highest rarity, and then once you make the... Oh, okay. Okay. That's interesting. Well, that's unique. Oh, you know what? I do need to do my weekly. Actually, we need to do this one. Hold on. We need to do... I do need to do weekly, actually. The weekly boss. You're right. I need to do weekly. How do I... What's the thing again? Oh, this one? No. Where is it? Oh, wait. No, it was right there. This thing? Yeah, these things. Wait, what? I don't remember this being like this. I remember them doing it. Is this that many bosses in the game now? Hold on. It should be boss enemy. Oh, okay. Here they are. So, these are all... Wait, no. These are not what I'm looking for. Where's the weekly ones that are like 30 each? Yeah, I need to get the... Hold on. Why is it like this? Where is it?
A blade embracing.
Where's Trout's domain? Is there no menu for that? I guess I have to go find them manually? No, it's like somewhere here. Oh, domain. Trout's domain. Here it is. Yeah, I gotta do these. Wait a minute. There's one right here that I don't have. Mondstadt. What's this? This must be the new one. I don't have this. I need to get this. I have all of the current ones. Hold on a second.
As a jeweler.
Is she going to require this new stuff? No, she doesn't require the new stuff, so I don't need to do it yet. So I can do, I mean, I can just do the one that I need to do. The one for her to level up. The one that costs like 40 resin. This one over here. I can just do this one. I need to do this one anyway to ascend her. Because she's only level 70. I need these. So we'll do this one. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Hold on, let me make sure of one thing. Kokomi doesn't have her stuff, right? Oh wait, no, she has the wrong thing. She needs this one. And her artifacts are not even leveled up. Fantastic. Oh boy. We need to swap her with somebody real quick. Or swap her artifacts with somebody else. This is supposed to be her set bonus, but I guess I need to give her someone else's stuff. I don't even know who I need to swap. I guess swap with her. Nilu. Let's swap with Nilu for now. Assuming she even has a full artifact set. She might not have even had one now that I think. Oh no, never mind. She had a plus 20. Wait, what? Wait, no. Hold on. Go back. No, she's not supposed to be using Gladiator. No, I messed up. Where's Nilu? I gotta give this back. Give me this back. I need to give her someone's stuff that's like either Wanderer's Trope or some. She needs, like, HP stuff. That's all I remember. The deep blue. Do I even have that? What's deep blue? I don't even know if I have that. Yeah, I don't know what that is. So apparently I can give her whatever. Doesn't matter. She has a set bonus. Doesn't matter. So just go in. Whatever. I just realized like I never even used her properly in Spiral Abyss. Wait, what the heck? She's hitting for 700. Heal everybody up! Heal everybody up! Oh, I got a hit with consecutive cryo attacks. Hit her with this thing, these guys.
Take flight. Pinnacle of excellence.
Go! 28,000. 28,000 and she's only like level 70. Against a level 90 something boss. Wow. Yeah. Wait, how are they all at max health? Oh, her ult heals. That's right. I was like, wait, we went into this boss fight at 50% HP on everybody, and they came out of there at 100% HP. Wait, you actually have her signature set but not leveled up? No, I know that, but the thing is, like, I never... Gokumi was fighting that boss with level 0 artifacts. And a refinement rank 1 prototype Amber. Which is actually one of the best ones for her, because it's HP scaling. That's funny. That is so funny. Gokumi went in with plus 0 artifacts. No, but I don't have any resin, man. Like, I got no resin. It's like, there's no reason to fight it again. That's why I ran away. If I had resin, I was gonna keep fighting it. I mean, technically, we could just use this item. This thing. Fragile resin. I could just use that. But it's like, whatever. The main thing... So the way I build characters is I don't level talents beyond level 7. So that's another one of my low effort things. So it's like that way I don't have to worry about like crowns. The other thing is with 4-star characters. Where's like a 4-star? Let me just pick some rando. Like, okay, see, like Faruzan. See, like 4-star characters, I'll just naturally collect their constellations over a long period of time. So for 4-star characters, this is the reason why I stop at level 7. Because if I level the character's talents to 7, and if it's a 4-star character, I know that someday they'll get constellations. Like, see, she only has like 2 constellations, but someday the character will get their C5 and their C3. So they will gain that +3. So eventually, a 4-star character will get level 10 on the talent. That is the reason why I stop leveling talents at level 7. For every character. Now, for the 5-stars, they're stuck at level 7. Maybe if I really, really like the character, I might level it to level 8. Just because that is the level that the test run stops them at level 8. So that's kind of why I do. I kind of see why level 8 makes sense. And level 8 doesn't require like a crown or anything. But no, I just stop them at level 7. So for me, the rule of thumb is when building characters, it's artifacts plus 16, talents to plus 7 on all 3, even the ones that are auto-attacking. And then weapons, if the weapon is a 4-star weapon, it goes all the way to level 90. And if it's a 5-star weapon, I stop it at 80. And the character basically goes to 80/90, but I don't max the level. So it sounds so like really that's how you play the game. But yeah, I mean, it's that way. Like, I don't have to spend too many resources on one specific character because it's like I can scale all my characters to 80 without having to do a lot of farming. As long as you're playing the game naturally, you'll have enough resources to do that. Anything more, and then you start overextending, or it requires significantly more grind and significantly more time and effort. Years ago, when this game was relatively new, somebody made a really good chart that showed, like, the amount of these things, like the EXP materials. They showed that to go from 80 to 90 requires basically the same amount of resources that it costs to take a character from like 1 to like 73 or so. So it's like that last 10 levels is like having to level a brand new character from like 1 to 70. So it's like you're going to spend that many resources to go that extra 10 levels for like how much reward? So that's why it's kind of not really worth it. But the final ascension is worth it. Meaning it's better to have the character 80 unlocked versus capped at 80 and they can't go to 90. Like I've got some characters that are only capped at like 80. Like I think let me find somebody. I know I got somebody. Milani? No. Someone I know. Kachina? No? Wow, I unlocked her also, huh? Okay, okay, Charlotte. Charlotte is level 80 and she cannot go beyond 80. Like this, it is worth, like if you actually are going to use the character a lot, it is worth getting what I call the final ascension. Because you get this this nice buff to their base stats. Like, just from unlocking the final tier, you take her attack percent from 65% to 71.7%. So that is significant. So base attack, base defense also goes up a little bit. That's not that significant, but the percentage scale is significant. So like if we pick any one of these characters, like see, like look at that. This guy, just by unlocking the final star, he'll go from 115% attack scaling to 121%. He'll gain like 6% attack plus a higher base. So that is worth doing. Like that is worth grinding out this stuff to get that. But taking him from 80 to 90 is, I don't think it's worth it. Like for most of the characters, like it's really not worth it. I guess technically if you're doing like an elemental mastery build, like if you're building like Venti, yeah, Venti's 90 because EM scales like differently. Like damage with EM scales with level significantly so. So that is the one exception where if you're building like an EM type character, then I can see why it's worth going all the way to 90. But for most characters, it's a waste of resources. So, but getting the final ascension. So like the whole time that I've had Kokomi, she's been at like 80 unlocked. And over the years of using this character, she has naturally gained this much EXP, which is hilarious. Over like the course of how many years? Like 2.5, 3 years at this point? Like 3 years with this character? Maybe 4 years almost? She was 2021, so yeah, wow, like almost 4 years. She would have been, I got her, I think in like, what, November, October of 2021. So like 3.5 years with this character, and she hasn't even gained a single level. But that shows you how greedy this game is when it comes to leveling up from just EXP naturally. So like in 2.5 years, she's only gained like 148,000 experience points. That's horrible. But yeah, that way at least they're gaining something. Because I never intend on leveling up to 90 at all. So at least they're gaining something versus if they sit at 80 and they can't go beyond 80, they don't have their final stat buff. So anyway, that's my logic on how I handle this game. Everybody's different, but I mean that's my approach, and I think it's gone a long way in terms of like building a relatively large character collection. It works for me. Yeah, so this seems like a really strong group. You know what I was thinking? Like, Mona also could be a really good character in this group. Like, instead of her? Where's Mona? I haven't used Mona in, like, so... What about Yelan? Wouldn't Yelan also work in here? Would Ayato work in here? Probably not. These two also, I wonder if they could be good in here. Mona also could be good. Yeah, all of them. Like, couldn't Nouvelle also be good? Or are we doing Cryo as the primary? You should use Mona for more damage? I think it's funny that Kokomi, like... I find it funny that when Farina has these guys out, Kokomi has this thing out. So this thing is literally, like, canceling out the HP penalty. You got all these things on the field. Does Mona's thing last long, though? Like, see, look at that. That's so funny. Hold on a second. So if I remove her for Mona...
This is destiny.
I haven't used Mona in so long. Like, I haven't used Mona since, basically, I went to Inazuma. So this character has been long forgotten. She was one of my best characters once upon a time. She doesn't even have a full artifact set. I guess I would put Nobilis on her. I don't know who I would take those from. I guess this? And... she doesn't need EM. She actually needs an ER, an energy recharge, one of these. So we would go Nobilis. Nobilis. And I don't have an energy recharge. So what I would do is I would do energy recharge. And I would turn this off. Get this thing. I think. Yeah, probably that one. This one's already leveled. Maybe I'll just take this one. Well, it doesn't really matter. And then she can... Oh, wait. No, she's going to have to... Oh, that changes everything. I don't know. She doesn't have the right stuff. Yeah, I don't know. She's all messed up. Like, the character doesn't have anything that's correct. I'll probably do Wander's Trope on her, but she doesn't do charge attacks. Yeah, she'd have to do a 2 and 2, I guess. Using Elemental Burst. No, she would need the Nobilis 4. Yeah, she'd probably have to just run, like... Hold up. Go back to this. Why is Dia using this? I guess you would just take this. And then that can stay as it is. And then she would need something. Man, see, this is the thing. Like, I need to get more Nobilis pieces. I don't have enough. Why is she wearing this? Oh, because someone else took this stuff? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, this is what I would do. Something like this. But see, none of this stuff's leveled up. And then she would need... this thing. The Favonius Codex. There we go. This is what I would do. I think it's funny because it's like both her and Kokomi don't have artifacts that are leveled up. So I'd have to go and get some artifacts. You can craft the desired artifact with the desired sets. Sanctifying elixir. Yo, now I know. I never do it though. See, I've got like all this stuff right here. So I've got sanctifying elixirs. I got a couple of them. I got like 4 of those. So yeah, we can do some of that stuff.
It's about precisely foretelling one's written destiny.
Actually, these are either Deepwood Memories, Gilded Dreams. This one's Desert Pavilion Chronicle, Flower of Paradise Lost, Nymph's Dream, Varukasha's Glow, Golden Trope, Marachasi Hunter, Scroll of the Hero. See, this is all from like Spiral Abyss. I never bother to open any of this stuff. That's why I've got like so many of them. I mean, it also, because it shows me like when I was actually actively playing the game. Because this changes over time. See, like I've got a bunch of these. I got like 52 of the ones that have... Man, I played this game a lot during the Sumeru. There's like so many Sumeru stuff right here. Yeah, I would probably prefer Kokomi in here just because... I don't know, what would Mona do? Mona would do this. She would put this thing out. They'd put this out. So basically the meta is a bunch of like rando things on the field. How does the Mona thing stay on the field though? It goes away so fast. Do they attack it? It doesn't last very long. I feel like Kokomi's thing lasts way longer. Well, oh, well, there's a treasure chest here. After all these years, I never even noticed there was a treasure chest right here. You see that? I didn't even know that was there. Wow. Very strong. Yeah. So, wow, this does help Ayaka. What does she do again? Like... Hydro damage bonus 20% of her ER. Yeah, she has? Huh. That's pretty good. That's a big energy recharge. Wait, what is her stat? 192% energy recharge. And that's with like level 0 on artifacts. That's hilarious. That is so funny. That is so funny. She already has like almost 200% energy recharge even though her artifacts aren't even leveled up. Well, we're almost at the 4-hour mark, and I wasn't able to get to Expedition 33 at all, it looks like. And we still need to do Genshin's story, apparently. Yeah, I know. Hold on, let me see what happens here. Get these people out here. Huh. Man, I feel like Mona's elemental skill does not stay on the field very long. Wait, did they go and aggro these things? That's funny. Oh, I need these guys. I literally don't have any of these guys' things.
Time to shine. Written in the stars. Sakura swirl.
I need the little caster troll thing. I need his stuff. I'm like really low on his item for some reason. And possibly the archer also. Oh wow, I need all of these guys' stuff. Yeah, whoa, there's a bunch of these dudes over here. I need all of these. I need this guy.
Take flight.
Sealed scroll, divining scroll, those are things that I need. These I don't really need. These crystals. But you know, like when I see them, I get them. I treat the game like Monster Hunter in that regard. Oh, there's another group over here. The nice thing about Mona, I don't need to rely on Spider-Man's ability when going across the river. Oh, that's nice. That thing like blew up and got rid of all of them.
Embrace the ice.
I don't even really know like what's the attack order. I'm guessing just throw all the on-screen decoy things and then just bring in Ayaka and just slam into everyone. I think that's pretty much the strategy. Oh, I like how there's a bunch of these little guys over here. I need these dudes.
Let me scrub.
I'm getting stun locked from the electricity. Oh, I gotta do my this thing. Plunging attack moves. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Okay. Farina skill. Wait, Farina skill. Her skill. Mona's skill. Mona's burst. And then Ayaka comes in and does some stuff. Okay. But see, I feel like Mona's thing really doesn't last very long. How long is this thing supposed to stay on the field? It has HP? How long is it supposed to stay on the field? It doesn't say its duration. I don't understand how long it's supposed to stay on the field. Huh. Well, I do have C5 Mona, because the standard banner characters will naturally gain constellation, just like 4-star characters. Now, it's very slow and it'll take a very long time, but that doesn't tell me like how long this actually lasts. 6 second? Have you beaten Simon? No, I have not. We were supposed to try to do some of that stuff, but apparently this stream turned into a Genshin Impact stream. Yeah, so it's a 6-second move. Like, where's the... Oh, if she has Illusionary Torrent, then for 2 seconds... Oh, for 2 seconds, if there are any opponents nearby, Mona will automatically create a Phantom. The Phantom created in this manner lasts for 2 seconds. Oh, that's a different one, though. It doesn't say, like, how long the skill one stays on the field. You're saying 6 seconds. Where does it actually say that, though? This is the water thing? I don't know. Haven't used this character in forever. Might be worth using again since I have high constellation on her. I've got high constellation on a lot of the standard banner characters. I don't know how much that helps them though, compared to newer characters. You know what I mean? Even though she is C5, like, I don't know, I still feel like Farina at C0 is better. And even Kokomi at C0 is better. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I feel like these type of characters, these older characters from the base game, like from 1.0, they don't seem like, I don't know. But you guys are saying that she's really good in the current meta, so I guess I'll try building her. I have to get her artifacts leveled up. Mona C4 equals Farina Series C0. Well, technically I have Mona C4.
Sounds good to me.
Let me scribe.
Oh wait, not her. You guys said to put this down. Put this. Wait, no. Put this down. This. Wow, what? The thing just like blew up. It like rammed into Ayaka and blew up.
You won this one.
Have you beaten? Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to switch to that game. I feel like we've played so much Genshin this stream that this is just basically a Genshin Impact stream. What was the other quest I was trying to do? Wasn't I trying to do the story quest of what's her name? I was trying to do this. This is what I was trying to complete. The Sumeru questline stuff, I'll probably have to do that like off stream. So that's gonna be very long. So, yeah.
Why are we here so early? Our meeting with Regenerative isn't for a while. Check on her? Why? What happened? Oh no. Escoffier, are you alright?
Wow, there's so many cakes.
I'm fine. Just need to get some more coffee in me. Huh? What happened to my coffee? Did I really drink it all? Alright. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Well, there's cooking facilities here. Or we could just grab a cup of coffee from Cafe Lutece, but either way, hurry!
What do I need to do? Optional, go to the cafe or submit a dish containing coffee beans. Do I even have one? I don't think I have one.
Coffee.
Oh wait, I do have one. Increases all party members' max HP by 22% for 300 seconds. Is this one of her things? Wait a minute. It says this is the Hydro Archon's food? Hold on a second. What did it say to do? I can either do that or I can go to the cafe. Is that this guy? No, that's not this guy. Let's go to the cafe and get something. Wait. Optional dialogue.
Oh, what can I get for you? Sure thing. We're here to go. Huh? Oh, I see. First cup of the season. Yeah, I get it. Young people these days do love their little surprises.
Huh? Oh, you get a special item. Wait, where is this place? Huh? Oh, am I supposed to ride the elevator?
Coffee. Need coffee.
Hmm. Oh, I'm supposed to use this thing?
I smell coffee. I feel much better now. Thank you so much, Traveler and Paimon.
Glad to hear it. Make sure to catch up on your sleep when you get the chance.
I think I figured out where the problem lies. Honestly, it's ridiculous. I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Wait, what investigation? What are you guys talking about?
I'll save it for when everyone else gets here. It's so stupidly small. I can't believe it's caused so much drama.
I can't figure out the accent, the region for her voice actress. Like, the accent is kind of... It sounds... She's got, like, a really interesting voice. I can't figure out where she's from. It's like an American... It's almost like I'm listening to, like, almost like someone who's trying to fake an American accent, or it's like a specific region of America, but they're changing their accent on purpose for the voice of this character. It's kind of interesting.
Yes, except my failures were stepping stones to success.
This sounds like almost like some kind of...
No, not since yesterday. Why? What's wrong?
After seeing her home yesterday, we were all a little concerned about how she was doing. So, I dropped by her place early this morning to check on her, only to find an empty house with the doors wide open. I left Alphonse and the others to keep watch at her home, while I checked the Hôtel de Bord. I'm worried something bad might have happened. If she's not here, then where could she be?
Boss, Escoffier, bad news.
Alphonse? You're supposed to be keeping watch at Savannah's house.
Unless they're trying to make the people have like a French
But
accent.
then, just after you left, we found this stuff in her house.
Oh, looks like a map with a bunch of random places circled.
Wait a second. This feels familiar. I'm sure these places are all connected somehow. Of course, from the Codex. They're all places that Modeste explored on his adventures.
Man, her accent, I can't figure out where she's from. Like, the voice sounds like it's like it's like a forced American accent, but the native accent doesn't sound like it's an American accent, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I don't understand. The adventure logs in the Codex are too fragmented to be of any use.
The Codex.
How come this map shows all the missing details?
How come the map almost like a British person trying to sound like an American?
This place marked in red out at sea.
This guy obviously is trying to do a French accent.
Place of Gâteau de Bord?
Seriously? So now she set her sights on finding the original recipe and beating Escoffier that way? Gee, Savannah. Anything to overcome a Gâteau plateau, huh?
Ugh, idiot. Does she have a death wish? Those ruins are thousands of years old.
Doesn't that not sound like an American, a native? That's like not an American style English accent. Doesn't that sound like someone else? Is that just me, or does her voice actress not sound like an American accent? It's like it's trying. It's like the voice is trying to sound like standard American English, but you can tell there's like an accent, or she's trying to do some kind of specific accent with. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. As a native English speaker, the voice actress, I'm going to guess that the voice actress that voices her is not an American. I would be surprised if she was actually an American, because the accent sounds like it's a specific type of accent, trying to sound like standard American English.
It was you. You let the Lumaline through, didn't you? It sounds like a threat letter. Does this mean that Savannah was responsible for the safety incident? And not Monica after all?
Retrieve the Codex by any means necessary. So the cooking contest and the cheating. Someone else was behind her pulling the strings?
She's keeping the true recipe to herself.
Ugh, this is all such a mess. Paimon needs a second to process this. First, we thought that Savannah forced Monica to cheat in the cooking contest. But now, it turns out that someone else forced Savannah to force Monica to cheat?
You're finally here. Of course. I should have put 2 and 2 together as soon as I read your threat letter. The food safety incident. The demand for a cooking contest? The instruction to blackmail Monica? Even the suggestion that Escoffier was keeping secrets from me. It was all part of your grand plan, wasn't it, Monica?
Wait, what the heck?
Should be getting close to the spot marked on the map.
Enter the underwater ruins.
This really takes the cake. The moment we find her,
Her.
I'm gonna curse the living daylights out of her.
Her voice actress. This voice is not an American. Her voice actress, I can tell, is not an American. It's like she's trying to sound like she's speaking American accented English, but I can tell, as a native English speaker, the voice actress that is doing the voice of Escoffier is not an American voice actress. Like, if you listen to her talk, is there a way for me to, like, replay the dialogue? How do I... Hold on, there's a way to do it, right? Like, what is this? Treasured above all? Oh, wait, no, where is it? How do I replay this story? No, not this. It's the character quest, isn't it? Oh boy, there's so many. Yeah. Hold on, okay, listen to this voice. Listen to his voice.
Really? Well, I like the confidence. Don't let me down tomorrow, then. You better bring your A game.
Okay, that was... Okay, listen to this one.
And that was it? They neither had a decisive split, nor got the chance to properly reconcile. Their story just came to an end.
Dude, this...
One rumor had it that Savelli actually killed Modeste out of jealousy, even as the latter was hoping to make amends. Unlikely. It's a popular theory, but there's no real basis for it. At least there are no records of Savelli ever being convicted of a crime. Still, beyond a point, there's no way of knowing what truly happened in the past. All we can do is try to make sure the present doesn't quite go as badly. And that's why I have to win this contest tomorrow. Then get the truth about everything that's been going on, even if it means cracking her open like a nut. Really? Well, I like the confidence. Don't let me down tomorrow, then. You better bring your
Dude, if I had to guess, her voice actress is like somewhere in the UK. But it's hard to say because she doesn't sound like she has a British, like her voice doesn't sound like a British person's voice. But it's almost like, if I had to guess, it's one of the European countries. But like somewhere over there, not necessarily the UK. And I won't really, it's like, I'm trying to think if it's just a Scandinavian trying to speak like an American or something. It's like, definitely not someone from Latin America trying to speak like an American. No, this is definitely some like European, man, the voice is, because when I first heard this voice, I was like, wait a minute, I need to turn the volume up. This voice is like, is there something wrong with the recording?
And that was it? They neither had a decisive split.
Decisive split? That's almost like a British.
And that was it? They neither had a decisive
Neither? Instead of neither had a decisive split.
And that was it? They neither had a decisive split,
Decisive
nor
split.
got the chance to properly reconcile.
Reconcile.
Their story just came to an end.
It's it's like she's trying to do like an American accent, but it's on some of the lines it comes out as, you can tell it's like a foreigner. Yeah, well, I can tell that English is like her first language, or it's either first or second, I can tell. But the accent this is not an American English accent. This is like it's somebody from Europe trying to sound, I don't know if they're supposed to be sounding this way. I assume that they were directed to sound this way. But it sounds like someone who's trying to sound like an American, but they're not American. Yeah, because I know within America, this is true for like any country, but even in America, there's different accents. There's slight regional differences. And when I heard her talk, I was like, wait a minute, hold on, where is she from? I was like, she doesn't sound like, is she Northwest? Is she Northeast? Definitely one of the northern. It doesn't sound like southern. It doesn't sound like... So I was like, wait a minute. No, it doesn't even sound like any of those. She doesn't sound like she's from California. She doesn't sound like she's from the East Coast. I'm like, this is definitely someone who is not from the U.S., which is fine. That's not the point is, like, the voice at certain points sounds like it's trying to speak with American accented English, but it's not a native voice. It's not a native accent for the actress. So she's trying to sound a certain way, but it's not her natural way of talking. Very interesting. It's like, wait, wow, they actually did this with a character, because a lot of them, like, I don't even know if that French dude is like a real French dude or if it's like a fake, like he's just doing the accent. Because you listen to, like, hold on.
I'm done with sucking it up. It's time to try and turn things around. If this cooking contest can get Savannah to see the error of her ways, then I'm sure she'll forgive me for this. I'm done with sucking it up. It's time to try and turn
Yeah, this one is basically either American or Canadian. I'm trying to figure out if it's Canadian.
I know, but it's all right. I've made up my mind. With the way things are, I can't keep working for Savannah much longer anyway. Unless I want to become the next Fermat.
Yeah, this one is, you can tell it's from North America, but this one is not.
Alright, fine by me. But aren't you still working for Savannah? Joining the other side seems like a guaranteed way to put your future employment in jeopardy.
Dude, in some lines, she sounds almost like American, but in a lot of lines, she doesn't sound American at all. This line, she doesn't sound anything like American.
Alright, fine by me. But aren't you still working for Savannah? Joining the other side seems like a guaranteed way to put your future employment in jeopardy.
If I had to guess, she's somewhere... I'm not sure if she's from, like, England or the UK or, like, Ireland or one of the Scandinavian countries. So, like, Norway, Sweden, like, somewhere over there. Or maybe she doesn't really, it doesn't sound like, for some reason her accent doesn't sound like it's a Dutch accent. It sounds more like it's one of those like northern European, somewhere over there. She sounds Scottish. This sounds Scottish to you? Well, yeah, that's in that area. It could be.
Alright, fine by me. But aren't you still working for Savannah? Joining the other side seems like a guaranteed way to put your future employment in jeopardy.
Yeah, I can see that.
I know.
Hold on, where's the...
Spina sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
See, okay.
Oh, well. Spina sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
I'm cooking? That sounds American. That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Spina sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
You mean I'm cooking?
Sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
That sounds American. The wait, you mean I'm cooking? That sounds American. But there's so many examples where it doesn't sound American at all.
Alright, if you insist, then prepare for some of the finest food of your lives. That's not a bad idea, actually. Wait, hold on. You need to finesse that further.
Yeah, you could tell it's like she's being directed to sound like standard American English, but it's not her native accent. That's fine. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just pointing it out. It's interesting. It definitely makes the character, at least in the English dub, it does make the character stand out as a more unique voice than the standard Genshin, English dub. Out of all the voices, that's an interesting voice. If I had to guess, somewhere over there, like England, Scotland, Ireland, maybe Norway, maybe somewhere, you know, in that region. If I had to guess. Yeah, so this voice actress does not have the standard American voice actress style accent, which I think is kind of like a first for, because what other characters in the game in the English dub don't have American accents? Does that mean they're gonna start having like British actors? Is this gonna turn into Final Fantasy XIV, the sequel? If they switch over to like a British studio?
Fate is upon you. Shadows of fate. Take flight.
Anyway. I guess, hold on, let's keep going. I have to enter the underwater ruin. Spent way too much time on these tangents. It's deep in the water. As long as they don't use the walkie-talkie to record lines. You don't like the walkie-talkie? Because you see what happened was, Nahida is one of the shorter people. So they needed her to like talk into a walkie-talkie. Because she couldn't reach the microphone. Wait a minute, they recommend this party basically? Oh wait, they would give me the trial character, wouldn't they? Oh no, get out of here, get out of here. Get out. Because I can get a trial character, which will have much better stats than my own character. So because of that, we don't need her. Get her out of here. In fact, what we'll do... I just need to put somebody else. Just put somebody... Just get somebody. Just whoever. Get this guy, I guess. Wait, hold up. You can run Kokomi in here with them. You can run Kokomi and Mona. Yeah, you can run Kokomi and Mona in here. Because you're gonna get what's her name anyway. Yeah, see? Big brain move right there. Look at that. Now I got 5 party members. And this one has like tricked up stats now. Look at that. She gets her signature weapon. She gets her signature artifacts, all plus 20. She gets 3 constellations. And her talents are level 8 and 11. So you gotta be smart. You don't want to bring the trial character in if you get them for free. She needs to heal us up. Heal us up quick. Heal us up. We're low on health. Hold up. Is there like a treasure chest? What are we doing? Am I supposed to be going somewhere? Oh. I thought, for a second I thought, is it fixed camera angles?
Whoa, this place looks like an underwater restaurant, doesn't it? Suddenly the idea of an adventure chef finding secret ingredients makes a whole lot more sense.
I think Modest's codex mentioned this place. A public bath from the time of Remoria. So yeah, definitely the kind of place that would have served food and drinks.
You know, some people...
Some blubber beasts have come to join the party?
Oh, is this gonna be a battle or something?
Oh, they ran off!
They went above the water line, though.
That could be easier said than done. Something's blocking the entrance.
Well, did Modeste mention it in his adventure logs by any chance? They must have gotten through somehow.
Good point. Yes, that's right. It's coming back to me now.
You know,
Prepared a
sometimes...
banquet for our shy little guests. And as the food flowed away on the current, they broke into a joyous chorus. and the path opened to us.
Who is this? Is this guy faking an accent too?
We have to feed the blubber beasts? With what? There's nothing here besides rocks, Regenerative flowers, and lumitoil. See, this is why you should always bring snacks. You never know when you're gonna need them. Now we have to head all the way back to shore and grab.
There's no time for that. Regenerative flowers and lumitoil will have to do. They may not look appetizing to us, but who knows? They could be blubber beast delicacies.
Wait, where's...
You know, oh man, it's the cooking stuff. You know, it's interesting when voice actors and voice actresses try to like do a accent that's not native to them. And some people don't like it, but I think it actually makes the character way more memorable than other characters, just because it's because it's not their native accent. It's almost like if I was to try to sound like a Southerner, or if I was to sound like a British person, or if I can't even imagine trying to speak like a Brazilian like speaking English with a Portuguese accent or a Brazilian accent. Like, I don't even know how I can't even do that. But like if I was to try to sound like an Australian or a British person, that's kind of like what this makes me think of. Like, for them to flex and do that, you know what I'm saying? Like, the actress has to sound, I guess they're telling her to sound like an American, speak with that neutral American standard accent, but that's not her native accent. So it's like it comes out sometimes. There's like some slippage where it doesn't sound convincing, but it doesn't really have to. I mean, well, I don't know. Like, I don't know what they're going for. Okay, anyway, what do we do? Obtain flavorings. Okay. There's one. Here's another one. There's some more. Okay, let's do it. Okay. +5. +2. +3. We're not gonna make it. Oh, we're way over. That didn't work. I need some green. I mean, I need blue. 4. I need 4 blue. Come on, give me 4 blue. I'll actually make this work. I can do 3 and 1. Micro Center has a fresh stock of PNY 5090s. Is PNY reliable in terms of... yeah, I would say so. They're the only company that NVIDIA tasks with manufacturing and selling the professional grade cards. The cards that used to be called the Quadro cards. Those are all PNY.
Oh, good question. If we try to put them in the pool, we'll probably just scare them off.
The problem with 5090 availability right now isn't necessarily the availability, it's the price. The price of the 5090s are just stupidly expensive right now.
The food flowing away on the current.
The food. This character became a lot more interesting to me because of the accent. Because it's non-standard. It's like she was told to sound like an American, but you can tell it's not an American. It's like it's a fake American accent. It's like if I tried to talk like I was a Brit. Like I can't do that. You know, like I could probably do it, but it's like I'd have to take a lot of practice. You like the Irish accent? Her accent is somewhere from there. I don't know exactly where, but if I had to guess, I think the voice actress of this character is either somewhere in the UK. So she's either from Scotland, England, Ireland, maybe Norway, but I kind of doubt it. But it could be somewhere over there, or Iceland, somewhere over there. But those I am less likely. I could be wrong though. She could be from Norway, but I don't think so. I think she's from either like, I don't know. She doesn't sound like a British person to me, but you know, British people can mask their British accent and sound like Americans. Some of them can do it very convincingly. So, either Ireland, England, or Scotland. One of those three is what I would guess. Deliver the fish. Or not the fish, deliver the dish. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay.
The tracks turned back again. Oh, so annoying.
This is like conveyor belt sushi or something. Some British accents, like Wales.
It's really singing.
And Celtic are wild.
It must taste better than Paimon Dai.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's why it's hard to pinpoint. It's hard to pinpoint because there's a lot of different accents. Because you know how, like, America has a bunch of different accents also. That whole region, like England, Scotland, Ireland, they all have different accents too. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint when there's so many of them, you know? Because when I first heard her voice, I assumed, like all the other English actors and actresses, the English dub for this game, I assumed it was like American. But then every now and then there was a line where it was like, wait a minute. It made me think, like, hold on a second, wait a minute. Can you say that again? It's like, where's this character from? I was like, wait a minute, hold on, something sounds different here. Hold on, can I make this work? Oh, we're off by one. Actually, hold on. If I do... Now we're off by like 5. There we go. Yeah, you want to hear a bunch of British accents? Watch the Harry Potter movies. That's got like all of them. It's got like all the different ones, or at least 90% of them are in the Harry Potter movies. Peaky Blinders, it's crazy good.
Hey, it's open.
So for those of you where English is not your first language, is it easier for you to understand? Like, okay, which accent do you find the easiest to listen to? Like, if they're talking very quickly. For those of you that English is not your native language, like your second or third language. For some of you, even if it's a second or third language, it doesn't make a difference. Like, you probably understand equally. But I'm just thinking, like, because the reason why I'm asking is because I know for a lot of countries, they prefer, they tend to prefer a certain accent over others. Definitely American accent. It's very interesting hearing that because as people know, America is not where the English language originated. It originated from England. So it's very interesting to hear people say that the American accent is easier to understand than But it could just be because of American media being like so globalized and people being exposed to it from a young age compared to like British
and then you.
accents.
Today, it's finally paying off. Not
Or
only
London.
have I found the ruin that Savelli kept hidden, but I also get to boss you around like my little lapdog.
Well, see, the thing is, there's different American accents and there's also different like
Scout
British
ahead for me.
accents. So
if we need to do
I
any
guess
more blast tunneling, I want to know
when
where
we
the
say
lady
when we say American accent, I think people typically think of the Hollywood actor, Hollywood actress, what I call the standard neutral English accent, which is
when did you
or
learn to
American
fight
English
back?
accent, which is
You're
basically
always
the
so
voice of
compliant when I
people
give you instructions
from
by letter.
typically the West Coast, like California, that area.
That's because you
That
failed
is
to
kind of the
expose me for
more
Lily incident.
recognized American accent
Known that you were playing.
globally.
Never have.
Don't be so self-righteous. Admit it, you've always been jealous of Escoffier. That's why you lapped up everything I told you. You were terrified of her finding out about your part in the Lumiline incident, and you resented the way her reputation hung over you. So you jumped at the chance to convince yourself that she was the villain, that she deliberately
This is an
hid her
American
secret
accent.
recipes from you just to hold you back.
Monica is
It
speaking
was
with
the
a standard
only
American
excuse you
accent.
needed to justify getting back at her. First, idolization, then jealousy, suspicion, and self-deception. That's what this comes
This is
down
definitely
to.
not a British
It was
person
the same
pretending to have an
story with
American
Savelli
accent.
and my ancestor. He offered Modeste his friendship only to murder him.
If
out
it
of
is,
vanity.
she's very, very good
He
at
promised
pulling
to
off the
explore
American
the world
accent.
with him, only to later destroy all records of their adventures. It's a miracle I even found this
And
place.
she's not talking into a walkie-talkie.
You have no idea the countless hours I spent piecing it all together. So you see, you're no better than Savelli. If you can't beat him, betray him, right?
I am no Savelli, nor will I ever be.
Oh, put a lid
She's
on
secretly
it.
Brazilian.
You really think you can absolve yourself of your vindictive and jealous behavior now?
For some
Just
reason,
because
I
you
doubt
finally
that. I'd be
realized
very,
that
very
Escoffier
impressed.
Never kept any secrets from you?
I'd be very impressed if Monica's voice
You
actress
didn't
was a
show any
Brazilian
remorse
faking an
when she
American
left,
accent.
Or in the cooking contest. Why start now? You have no right to redemption.
You're right. I don't deserve her forgiveness. But I am done being bullied into submission by you!
Savannah also has a
feisty.
standard American
But you
accent.
should watch your tone. Talking
It's
to me
two.
like
Look,
that
it's
could
two
put you in
Americans
big
talking
trouble.
to each other in
I
Genshin
somehow
Impact.
doubt that. Since I poisoned both our water bottles.
What?
Ever since I learned the truth, I've been biding my time, waiting for this moment. You've played me like a fiddle for so long, and now this is payback!
But you drank it too.
It's what we both deserve. This is the price we must pay for betraying Escoffier. You'll die here with me, Monica!
You.
What's so funny?
Oh, you're too much. I thought I'd play along for a bit just to amuse myself. You gave a very rousing performance. I saw your dumb plan a mile off. There's no poison in these bottles, just clean, fresh water.
No.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, you know? Did you really think your half-baked plot would fool me? You're a lousy chef, and you make a lousy villain, too.
I think if I had to guess, the reason why
No wonder you never
this standard
amounted to
American
anything.
accent is the easier
Everything
one
I
to
ever
listen
did
to
was a failure.
for non-native speakers
And
is
now
because
I failed again.
because
for the
American
last time.
English is more
Hey,
flat.
Why don't you try your
The
hand at
British
being a
English
comedian
has
in your
more
next life?
like
You
the
got a
pitch
good
accent
laugh out of
is
me.
way more
But now
like
the show's over. You should have just done like
they
I
do
asked,
stuff with the
Savannah.
vowels
All I wanted you to do
differently
was scout the ruins for me.
with the sound.
But you had your chance.
And it also
now
kind
it's
of
time
like
to say
varies with the
goodbye.
words too.
Stop right there. Let her go, Monica. We've got you surrounded.
Escoffier?
Ugh, looks like I'll
Like
have to keep you
schedule
around for a little
instead
longer.
of schedule.
You can't!
Stay back if you want her alive.
Escoffier and the Traveler. I can't take you both on in combat, but if you so much as flinch, I can end Savannah's life in a heartbeat.
Monica, what are you hoping to achieve by this? You're about to commit murder, and for what? A recipe?
A what? Oh, hold up. Is that a Scottish person? Is that an Irish person?
Chefs are all blinded by your myopic focus on kitchen affairs. Well, some of us actually have bigger fish to fry. Modeste had a secret. The truth behind his so-called genius, the je ne sais quoi factor in his Gâteau de Bourg, and it's right here in these ruins.
Are you serious? You're here because of a Gâteau de Bourg obsession? You've gone completely mad.
I couldn't care less about the cake itself. No, the real treasure is the secret ingredient that Modeste sourced from these ruins. He and Savelli were fools. A priceless
I know, it's like
Remoria
watching
in
a
the palms of their
1980s kung
hands.
fu movie.
And they thought, ooh, this would go
with the
great
English
in our
dub.
cake mix. We're talking about a powerful stimulant that also sharpens the senses. That's no cooking ingredient. It's a groundbreaking drug. That's right. I've done my research. It was a drug that Remoria developed for their war machine. I could make a killing by selling it to the treasure hoarders or the Fatui.
Will you listen to yourself? You're completely delusional.
it's like a 1980s. It's like a Jackie Chan movie
Just wait till
with
I
the English
get my
dub.
hands on this treasure. You'll see what a fool you've been.
Wait, what's that sound?
Just when I thought she couldn't get any crazier. She's lucky the whole place didn't collapse.
Look at the Traveler. The Traveler in the background smoking and his mouth didn't even move.
Uh-oh, Savannah's gone too.
He's a ventriloquist.
Has taken her. Oh, what a coward. She's only taken her hostage because she knows that she's no
Dude,
match for you.
she's faking an American accent, and the Traveler is straight up a ventriloquist. He's speaking without his mouth even moving.
That's true. Even if she finds the treasure, she'll need Savannah alive if she wants to get out of here in one piece.
This game, man. This game.
Oh, well, our path's been blocked, so let's look for another route.
The way she said route was a dead giveaway that she's not American. She didn't say route, although some Americans, depending on where they are, some might actually say route. Most of them will say route. But she said route. She said it with like a very Euro sounding way. This game. This game is full of surprises.
Maybe it leads somewhere.
The water looks deep. Oh wait, can we swim in it? Is there a treasure chest just randomly here? Hold on, you gotta always look for those treasure chests. Okay, I guess there's none. Yeah, I guess there's none. Okay. Torpedo. I played so much Monster Hunter, when I saw those fish, I thought I could catch them with the net. Completely forgetting that there's no net in this game. Oh,
We were
golems.
probably awakened by the explosion.
Hold up, we got so much stuff to put on the field. We got
to
so many things to put on the field. Look at that frozen power, frozen throne. Warcraft 3. Whoa. I didn't even get a chance. I barely even used this character. And this is like the one time that I get to use her with that 5-star weapon, the signature weapon. Besides the trial. What does her 5-star weapon even do? Oh, it's crit damage. Attack increased by 12%. When the equipment character is off the field, attack is increased by additional 12. What does it even mean? Does that mean the party member on field gets that 12%? After initiating healing, the equipping character and the characters they have healed will obtain sweet echoes, increasing their ATK by 32%. This effect can be triggered. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's good. Wait a minute. So what does that mean? That means her stats are like... Yeah. Always the best artifacts, best everything. Did that say something about asbestos? Okay, wait. Okay. Oh, is it more food stuff?
Another door? Guess we need to prepare another feast for our guests.
You placed ingredients you collected on the table. Well, aren't they all soggy from swimming? I can see it now. The survey is going to be all about, like, what do you think of the cooking mini game? The cooking mechanics. We're 8 over here. So we do 5 back, 4 back. Oh no, that's not gonna work. Wait, no, we can go like this and then that's not enough. We're gonna need more. We need a blue. We need like a 2 blue. Actually, I can, if I can get like a, okay, I can do, if I do 3 more, I'll be at 5, and then I'll need 5. Okay. Wait, so I have to feed both of them? I can only feed one at a time. So... Oh, wait. So I'm gonna have to... Hold up. I'm gonna have to... Oh, I gotta make another one.
It seems to really like the texture of Rome maritime flowers.
It ate the flowers. Does that mean it's a vegan?
A dash of frosting.
No, whoops. So off by 2. For some reason I thought that one was a 6. So if I go 6, I can go... Oh, I still needing one more.
Off to the freezer.
Okay, that one works. Because this one I can go 2 and then 6. If they wanted to make this harder, I can see them making it so that you can only do a certain number of turns. Like you can't keep changing it all the time. What the heck? Oh, there's 2. Okay. What the heck?
A dash of frosting.
Those things like walked up like right behind me.
Written in the stars. Delved into depths. Whirling snow. I never knew you could process Lumitwol like that. Alright, I've got to jot this down. Lumitwols and maritime flowers. This could open the door to a whole new world.
Yep, that's literally the plan. Wait, hold on. Which door are you talking about?
Has there been like another gacha game that came out this year? The most recent one that I could think of is the one that came out about a year ago called Wuthering Waves. Which I played for like a month and then quit. And never went back. That game actually does seem like it's one of the better ones. There was some other game, Arknight Enfield or something that was supposed to come out,
These
or
don't look
did it already come
Romarian
out?
to me. More like Last Century Fontaine.
Adventurers from Last Century Fontaine, huh? Oh, Modeste and Savelli, do you think they camped here?
By the looks of it, this was a one-person camp. They adventured together, but maybe one of them came back alone at a later date. Huh, you really think so?
Trust our adventurers' instincts. We're pros at this stuff, just like you're a pro in the kitchen. Okay, well, the Traveler has more adventuring experience overall, but Paimon's definitely a pro rummager from all those treasure chests. Darn it! Paimon was just about to show off her rummaging skills.
Huh, no kidding.
Zenless Zone, that was last year?
I mean, I guess I take a lot of notes when I'm cooking as well.
That was
but
last
I thought
year,
that was
I
just
think.
me.
Zenless Zone 0.
Anyway,
Was that last year or was that 2023? I'm pretty sure that was last year. No, because Star Rail was 2023.
It's been years since I've last visited these ruins. It's exactly the way I remember it. This place
Yeah,
probably hasn't
last year
changed
was
in
Zenless
millennia.
Zone and Wuthering Waves.
Sadly, up above, on dry land, everything has changed. The treasure of Remoria. That's what we used to call it. Modeste was right about its potential. It turned Gateau de Boer into a national sensation. Our limited stock of the substance meant that the Gateau could only be produced on a small scale. But this only drove up the popularity all the more. Modeste was right about that too. He predicted all of it. He was praised as a genius, while I, as the one person who'd ever disagreed with him, was labeled a talentless fool. Modeste tried his best to console me, but I knew better than anyone just how great the gulf was between us. Our conversations grew scarce, and we saw less and less of each other. I didn't fight it.
Black
He had
Beacon.
new friends and a career of his own.
That one is that
Why
came out
invite
this
further
year.
disdain by inserting myself where I did
Well,
not
I'm gonna let this
belong?
play out while I take a quick break.
I told myself that maybe one day, when I finally created a masterpiece of my own, I'd be able to face him without shame. Or maybe one day, when I've put these feelings of self-loathing behind me,
I just
I'd be able to
realized.
ask him
I
with
think
a
I
smile
need to.
on my face.
Let me see. When was the
How
last time I
about we
took
go
that
on one more
medicine?
adventure?
I think I need to take
For
that
old time's sake.
antibiotic.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, I need to go. Yeah, okay.
that day will never come.
Unfortunately, that day will
So it
never
was
come.
Savelli. From the sounds of it, he came back after Modeste had already died.
I always thought it was just a legend. But if it's true, then this must be the place where they found their secret ingredient, the birthplace of Gato de Boer.
In that case, what does that say about the death of Modeste?
When you fought Zodiac on the moon,
Maybe Savelli really did have something to do with it.
barely even halfway into the expansion, you knew something was cooking because everyone was thinking the ending was going to be the moon fight Zodiac. Yeah.
The taste of Gateau de Boer has changed.
Well, I gotta
Modeste was
go. I gotta go
convinced of
get
this,
that
even though
antibiotic that the
everyone
dentist
swore they
wants me to
couldn't
take.
tell. Being the perfectionist that he was, he refused to accept even the slightest flaw in his work. He stopped all sales of the product, locked himself away in the kitchen, and worked day and night, vowing to find out where he had gone wrong. But as he baked and taste tested over and over again, he found he only strayed further and further from the original taste. It was only when he was sipping on coffee one day and realized he could not taste the bitterness that the truth finally dawned on him. What had changed was not the gâteau, but his sense of taste. The treasure of Remoria stimulates the senses, taste included, and invigorates the spirit. In the short term, it offers people the ultimate gourmet experience, but in the long term, it dulls their senses entirely. In hindsight, it made perfect sense. After all, why would a culture that sought liberation from the constraints of their bodies care for the loss of their senses? But we realized it too late. We were just too late. Over the course of his many culinary experiments, Modeste exhausted the remaining supply of the treasure of Remoria. He consumed it all himself. The finest culinary talent of his generation now faced a future in which he would never be able to taste anything ever again. Finally, in despair, he took his own life. And because we had become estranged, I could not be there to stop him, to offer some words of comfort, or even to say goodbye. Yet despite everything, he sent me his final letter.
The treasure of Remoria? Guess Monica was really onto something. It really was a kind of drug.
So, Modeste chose to end his own life. Then, why all the rumors that Savelli murdered him? Also, neither the Codex nor any other contemporary records make any mention of the treasure of Remoria. It's almost as if someone deliberately erased it from history.
Modeste told me everything in his final letter. His was a tale of how even a genius could fail, and how much more devastating it is when it happens. Did he hope I would gain some personal catharsis from knowing the truth? Or maybe he wished for me to warn the public about the dangers of Gateau de Boer, proving that I had been right all along. But if the public ever learned how Modeste's greatest triumph became his undoing, his fall from grace would be swift and merciless. 1 minute a genius, the next a joke. It would surely spell the end for his restaurant too. What would be his legacy then? How would future generations view everything we built together? I fear the scorn I have faced these last years would pale in comparison to the scorn shown to him by the history books. I cannot let that come to pass. I will do what I must to protect his name. It will mean tampering with his notes to remove the damning details, leaving mere fragments of our story behind. It may lead his family to suspect me of having a hand in his demise. But if that's the price of
Wow, this was
destroying all
going really
evidence of my
long. I
crimes,
felt like I was gone longer than normal.
then so be it. I would rather the world believe a tale of genius and jealousy than see his reputation in tatters. The final loose end is the evidence here, at the bottom of the sea.
Huh? What's wrong? Didn't we say Savannah should be safe for now?
So we thought, but if Monica finds out what happened to the treasure, there's no telling what she might do.
From the moon to the edge of the universe was insane. Why are you talking about Endwalker now though? Like why specifically Endwalker? It just seems so out of the blue. Cause that was like, I remember when I did that. That was Endwalker came out along. It was like a month after Alder Lake launched, so that would have been like November, December of 2021. So that was way back. It's interesting you're bringing that up now. Is it because of the parallels that well, is it because of the comparisons I made with Genshin and Final Fantasy 14 in terms of like the release cadence? Like how we were talking earlier about how Final Fantasy 14 does the expansions. This game does expansions every year. It's kind of like that in some ways.
The treasure of Remoria. I have found you at last. Savelli, you tried your best to bury the truth, but you underestimated the children of Modeste. Some fragments of his diary escaped your clutches, and we have held on to them for generations. But I have to thank you too, Savannah. Without your help retrieving the codex, and with it the last piece of the puzzle, I may never have found this place. But now, finally, the secret to Remoria's military might is within my grasp. The treasure of Remoria is mine! Oh, it's empty. It's empty?
Monica? Oh, we were seconds too late.
Escoffier? What's the deal with that jar?
Savelli's final act! He wanted to conceal the secret of the treasure forevermore and make sure it would never harm anyone again. So he came here after his friend's death and destroyed every last shred that remained.
This can't be happening. All the years I spent piecing together the truth, all my painstaking planning, all that for an empty jar?
Monica, don't do anything stupid. This ruin is more dangerous than you realize.
Oh, shut your pie hole!
Praise be to Lord Remus. You barbarian shall be slain.
How does that AI know how to do that? Oh, well, she got slashed in half.
She's a nutcase, a liability to herself and everyone else. Well, now it's up to us to clean up the mess she's made. Take these golems out.
Dang, what the heck? Did you see how much damage Ayaka did to that thing?
Up to the freezer.
Why is this place still shaking?
Maybe it's because of the fighting.
Either way, it's all her fault. Enough chit-chat. Let's get out of here, Traveler Escoffier, come on!
Wait, is
okay,
she...
I'm coming.
Huh?
no, you don't. If I can't get what I want, neither will any of you. I've got nothing to show for my life's work so far. But if I can take another so-called genius down with me in my final moment, then it was all worth it.
You're a psycho!
Savannah? Oh, when did you wake up?
I may be a lousy chef, but it looks like I'm not a complete waste of space.
We're out of time.
Traveler? Okay, let's go!
As soon as they run past, the columns fall over. It's like they've got people on the sides specifically there to push the columns over once they run past. It looked so choreographed.
Escoffier! Savannah!
Traveler! And Paimon!
Venejem! What are you all doing here?
What did you expect us to do? Stay at the restaurant and sit on our merry derrieres?
We had to do something. Even though that something ended up being, well, waiting for you here instead.
I don't deserve any of you. It was my fault Escoffier had to leave. Then I couldn't live up to her standards. I acted like a tyrant in the kitchen. And now I almost got myself killed. Come back, Escoffier. Come and be our head chef again. I'll never be able to replace you.
Okay, so everything I said to you the day I left, it just went in one ear and out the other?
Huh? Sorry, I was kinda in my own head at the time. All I could think about was the Lumiline situation. What was it you said again?
Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't leave this job because of you. And you're not nearly as awful a chef as you think. If you were that bad, why would all your staff show up here for you?
Escoffier's right. Sure, you nitpick our work and get us to do things over a lot. But when it comes down to it, you're the one who's always doing whatever it takes to make sure the customers get served on time, every time.
Things were pretty rough after Escoffier left. And Savannah's the only reason we've been able to make it through.
Our customers know that Escoffier doesn't work for us anymore. But the fact is, they keep coming back. If that's not an endorsement of your work, I don't know what is. At the end of the day, we're all human, and we all make mistakes. All we can do is recognize where we get it wrong and do our best to improve. That's all that's humanly possible.
No, I get what you're saying, but what I did
Should
to
become
Fenrir
ventriloquist.
and to Escoffier, it's unforgivable.
Well, about that, there's someone else here to see you, Chef.
It's been a while, Chef Savannah.
Fenrir?
Like this
I'm
guy?
so sorry. I put far
The
too
guy
much
who had
pressure
been
on you.
the guy that was
And
there
the
for
way I
like
so
5
refused
minutes
to go and
or less
see
than
you
5
after you
minutes in
fell
like
ill.
one scene at the very beginning of this entire storyline.
But I'm too late, aren't I? The damage is done. I heard that you can't even hold a kitchen knife anymore.
Actually, I think I'm going to be just fine.
Huh?
We thought Firmin's problem was purely psychological in nature. But after the threat letter came to light, it got Firmin thinking. And then he remembered the tea that Monica used to give him every night. And as it turns out, she was lacing it with Lumiline the whole time.
No way! Doesn't that cause nerve damage?
It can. High doses pose a risk of serious nervous and sensory complications. But if you calculate the dosage carefully, you can control the extent of its effects. A small dose might simply make a person more emotional, whether that mean more fragile or More hot-tempered?
No wonder it seemed like you'd lost your edge.
I asked my friends at the Fontaine Research Institute about it. They said that with the low dose I was taking, the risks are pretty small. They also fixed me up with some meds and said I should recover in no time. Well, that's what happens when you give someone a little bit of hope to cling on to.
There's more. We believe that Firma was likely not Monica's only victim.
You mean she poisoned me too?
Oh, so that's why Savannah's been so irritable this whole time.
Let's not be too quick to blame everything on the Lumiline. That stuff can only amplify what's already there. So tasty food will seem like the most delicious thing in the world, while food you don't particularly care for will become utterly revolting. So you better make sure you reflect on your behavior and apologize to every single person you've wronged.
I will. I'm sorry. There's still one question that's really bugging me. Why is it that no matter what I do, my Gâteau de Bourg never tastes the same as yours? Is it just... I mean, is it because you're a genius and I'm not?
It's because the heating element in your oven is broken, you silly goose.
What?
Huh?
I felt like something was off during the cooking contest. Once I got around to checking all the equipment, I noticed it right away. There was a half-degree discrepancy between the temperature setting and the actual temperature. All the ovens in the whole kitchen had the same problem, which confused me at the time, but by this point, it's pretty obvious that Monica must have tampered with them. I would have figured it out the day of the bake-off, since the issue affected both our teams. But of course, Monica sabotaged mine so that could never happen.
No. I spent so long trying to find out where I was going wrong, and then you pinpoint the problem in just one night? It all comes back to one simple, undeniable truth. You're a genius. And I'm just plain old Savannah.
Oh, cut it out! Stop the woe is me act for a second and just think. I came up with this recipe. You don't think that might have something to do with it? Do you know how long I spent perfecting my Gâteau de Bourg? 3 years! 3 whole years! I know this dish inside out, back to front and upside down. And you've been head chef
Yeah, you're
now
right,
for
they are
what,
ventriloquists.
6 months? If that? A couple hundred failed attempts, and you're gonna throw in the kitchen towel and declare you'll never be successful because you're not a genius. You clearly have no idea how many kitchen failures I've had under my belt, or just how long it took me to finally get my recipe to a level I was satisfied with. Genius or not, everyone makes mistakes. Modeste did, Savelli did, everyone does. You're only a lousy chef if you don't face up to your mistakes, learn from them, and then keep chipping away until you crack the problem once and for all. Surely you haven't forgotten all that. You were no lousy chef back when I handed you the reins.
I haven't forgotten. And I'll make sure I never do.
That's our head chef.
Ha! Sounds like we won't need another changing of the guard in the Hotel de Bourg kitchen anytime soon. Huzzah!
Huzzah.
What a perfect ending to a crazy journey.
So you got your mojo back now?
Yeah. Thanks to you, Escoffier. In fact, no. Thanks to all of you.
Aw, friends again. So nice to see them finally settle their beef.
Good. So now that's out of the way. It's time for payback. You cheated in our last bake-off, and I demand a rematch right now.
But that was mostly Monica's fault, wasn't it?
Right. And also, does it have to be right now? Savannah's only just got her mojo back, and you barely escaped from a death trap.
No excuses. This is a cooking contest between 2 top chefs, and nothing will stand in its way. So grab your spatula and get ready, because this rematch is happening today, right now, this instant.
Hey, so, this whole time you were salty about losing?
second cooking contest commences now!
This time, no more games, and no holding back!
I feel like I don't have the right to be here.
Hey, what are you so afraid of? You can't unbake it now. And if you don't serve it, then good or bad, you'll never find out how to improve. If you're too scared to fail, you'll never know what real success tastes like. So?
Embrace your failure. Taste it. Digest it. That's the way to success.
I don't know. Sounds like it's easier said than done.
I'll do it.
So the Traveler was supposed to be Hydro the whole time.
The results are in! A landslide victory for Escoffier!
Quite rightly, too. Piece of cake.
Oh yeah, look at that! Savannah looks pretty chipper too, considering she lost.
Now, where were we? Yes. Do you have any more questions for me after everything that's happened? I thought Navia would have filled you in. And actually, I said all this to Savannah before I left. Although, as we saw, I don't think any of it sank in. I had two reasons for leaving. One was the food safety incident, of course, but the other was that the Hotel de Boer had reached a point where it didn't need me anymore. So I decided to step down and look for new opportunities to improve myself.
Improve how?
Well, a while back, I got to know a fellow chef from Liyue, and in her, I saw so many new possibilities. She has that same adventurous spirit that Modeste and Sibeli had in their youth. Slime mucus, lizard tails. With her, nothing's off the table. There's a whole world of new flavors out there waiting to be explored, hiding away in ingredients we overlook. Case in point, remember those Romaritime flowers down in the ruins? I used them in the cooking contest just now. Did you taste the difference?
What? Paimon didn't notice at all!
Half of the art of cooking is dissecting the recipes of previous chefs and figuring out the exact constellation of elements that gave their work its signature taste. And the other half, it lies in freeing yourself from the confines of the kitchen. You've got to go out and explore the endless possibilities out there.
Uh-oh. Paimon's suddenly not sure she wants to try your cooking anymore.
Well, I can always be the taste tester.
Don't worry, it's not going to be a free-for-all like in Modeste's time. Before I put anything into my food, I'll obviously do my research, make sure it doesn't contain any harmful substances. In the meantime, take this. It's a recipe for Petit Gâteau de Boer revised version. I tweaked it to suit your needs as busy adventurers. Hope you enjoy, and remember, feedback is always welcome.
All right! So, do you ever see yourself returning to Hotel de Boer?
Oh, of course. I've already promised Vanishem that I'll come back every once in a while to make sure the quality of the food remains at an acceptable level.
You know, Paimon's still a little disappointed that we never got to see the treasure of Remoria. Surely Surely Monica wouldn't have gotten drawn in so deeply if it wasn't for all the mystery surrounding the original Gateau de Bourg. She practically dedicated her life to finding the lost pieces of Modeste's diary. Then went to all that trouble to infiltrate the Hotel de Bourg.
Since you mentioned the treasure, between Modeste's writings and what we saw in those ruins, I think I may have figured out the truth. The so-called Treasure of Remoria was most likely a substance that the Remorians extracted from lumitoids, better known to us as lumiline.
Huh? So then, why all the hype back in the early days of Gateau de Bourg?
Don't forget, it was a very different era. We could barely even refine sugar back then, so desserts were very much in their infancy. In a world of bland food, it's no wonder that the first thing to really excite people's taste buds took the world by storm. And as for the lumiline, it may well have been somewhat valuable in ancient times. But these days, it's just another drug from the Fontaine Research Institute. Even if Savelli hadn't destroyed it all, I doubt it would be worth that much these days.
So after all that, there was nothing in those ruins but worthless junk. Feels strange to say it, but Paimon almost feels sorry for Monica. She sacrificed it all only to get nothing in return.
Hey! Huh? Navia? You just got back from that underwater ruin, right? Well, check it out. They ran a special issue. Did you see anything like this down there? Freshly unearthed from the ruins of Remoria. A magnificent jar thought to be over 1,000 years old. Experts say it has immense artistic and historical value. It could be worth an absolute fortune.
Wait! Isn't that the jar they used to hold the treasure?
If only it was still in one piece. Some butterfingers must have dropped it or something.
Okay. Oh, I got the recipe. Okay, so I got the recipe for that, for I think what is her best signature dish, the one that you can do. Oh no, never mind. It's a 4-star. Hold on a second. Where's the? Is this the end of the story? Yeah, that was the end of it. That was the end of this thing. Where is it? Yeah, it was this. Treasured above all. There I go. I got it. I got the item. Secret source airflow accumulator. And a bunch of these things. Which I need to ascend this character. 60 primo gems. That was the whole point behind doing this. Well, that was kind of the motivation for doing this. So now, I don't know if that's enough to ascend her, but, or actually, hold on, let me see, where is she? So I need 3 more of these, and I need to craft 6 of this thing. So hold up, how many of these do we got? Oh, not enough. Okay, so that's gonna be where we end the stream. The whole point was to finish this and then go to Expedition 33, but we got distracted too much talking about random things like voice actor and actress accents and sharks and teeth and whatever, you know. I mean, you can't even really blame the teeth discussion because that wasn't even that long compared to some of the other tangents in this stream, but yeah, I think we're supposed to go to Expedition 33, but the stream is like way too long, so this is the end of the stream. I didn't think that story was going to be that long, but that was a pretty long story to get those primo gems. The one thing I need to do next is, I don't know what this is. This is like another thing? Is this the Archon thing? No, this is some limited time. Oh, there's another limited time thing. Wait a minute. This is another limited time event. So this one, I don't know if we're going to show this one. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Whoa, this one, I should have been doing this. This thing has a 4-star weapon. This has a free 4-star weapon. I chose the wrong story quest to do. Anyway, this is the other one to do. And this one I will do because this one has a free 4-star weapon and I need another 4-star weapon. But this is how these live service games work. It's like you got 16 days to do this event. Now I had 16 days to do this one and we did this one. So now I have 16 days to do this one. But this is typically how Genshin Impact works. So I will definitely do this because I want this. I can get this max rank also, I think. So that'll be the next thing to work on. But yeah, that's it. I'm not going to do... Oh, yeah, this thing. I can quick start it, though. I can literally skip the one that we were doing. Yeah, too many tangents. But anyway, the next thing I'll do is this thing. And then I need to do... I'll probably quick start that. Oh, wait. There's another limited time area exploration reward. I thought I already did most of this. Oh, I got to explore the new area. You can get 400 Primo Gems. This one, there's 38 days to do this. So this is like, you know, you just do this, whatever. But yeah, these are basically what you do in Genshin Impact.
Embraces its duty. As a
But anyway, guys, that's gonna be it for this stream. Thanks for tuning in. We may do another stream tomorrow. I did want to play through some Expedition 33 post game. So I don't know if we're gonna stream Genshin again. I feel like one Genshin stream is enough, but yeah, no, we're definitely not doing this on stream. I don't think I need to do this on stream either, to be honest, or this. At least maybe some of this. But yeah, most of this will probably be off stream. We'll do Expedition 33 tomorrow, probably. I can't think of any other game besides this one and the Expedition. Like Star Rail, a lot of people basically don't play that game anymore. I don't know. Maybe Star Rail, but probably not. It'll most likely be Expedition 33. I've been wanting to showcase the post game in that at least once, and we may do it on the next stream. But anyway, guys, that's gonna be it for this stream. Thanks for tuning in. I guess, was there anything that I was gonna say? I thought I was gonna say something, but I forgot what I was gonna say. I guess for Tech Thursdays, Computex is not this week, but the week after. So the next Tech Thursday is the one.
A blade is like a
the one this coming Thursday will probably be doing something on like overclocking related, and then the one after that will be all about Computex coverage. So like all the stuff that's announced during that show. So that's kind of like for those that watch Tech Thursdays, I mean, that's what to expect. And then we're going to be doing some videos on like RAM again. I think we need to also do some videos in the near future on Intel CPUs and a lot of DDR5, just to kind of look and see how that has improved, if it's improved. But so stay tuned for that. Thanks for tuning in, guys, as always. And if you're new to the channel and you have tech-related questions, feel free to ask them, even if it distracts me from the video game that I'm playing. It does. I mean, we go off on tangents all the time. There's no real agenda for these gaming-centric live streams. I mean, I guess basically what I'm trying to do is just do whatever the event is, or try to progress through a single-player game if it's a single-player game. Otherwise, you know, you can get any sort of tech-related question answered live. So feel free to ask away, and yeah. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, everybody, and I'll see you guys either tomorrow on the next gaming stream, and if you're not tuning in for Expedition 33, that's fine. I will be back on Tech Thursdays this coming Thursdays. Thanks for tuning in once again, and I'll catch you guys next time. Thanks.